5 o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. We know the identity of the mass shooter at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, possibly his motivation. Alex Stone says gunfire erupted shortly before lunchtime yesterday.
This is what it sounded like as police moved into the buildings on the UNLV campus and evacuated scared students after the gunfire, and the victims were killed. Police say it was two UNLV campus police detectives who went racing toward the gunfire and shot and killed the shooter, Las Vegas Sheriff Kevin McMahill.
We watched a lot of fear across the faces of those young men and women at UNLV.
Today, police are trying to better understand how and why it unfolded.
67-year-old Anthony Polito, identified as the shooter, a professor who had recently applied for a job at UNLV. The three deceased victims were not students, they were faculty. Vote 2024 in Tennessee. Congressman Mark Green has some competition in the 7th District. Former Nashville Mayor Megan Berry, who resigned after an affair with her bodyguard, misappropriation of funds, and the overdose death of her 22-year-old son, says it doesn't matter.
I don't think anybody should be defined by their worst moments. It's what you do next that counts. In the years since Max passed, we've seen the opioid crisis get worse. We've become immune to innocent people being gunned down in our schools and our communities. And Congressman Mark Green has done nothing.
Congressman Green serving the 7th District now for 4 years. Nashville police going to keep pushing for updated tasers they claim are safer than the ones they're currently using. But Metro Council voted down a $24 million 10-year deal for Taser 10 models, saying it would be an irresponsible way to spend money that can be used in other ways to protect and support the community. 24 council members voted against the upgrade, while 14 voted for it. Elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, Rutherford County will not create a new fire tax to pay for expanded protection amid rapid growth. Mayor Joe Carr says he won't even bring it up. The fire chief and several county commissioners agree. The Tennessean says a resolution to pay for the expansion of Rutherford County Fire Service through development taxes and new construction impact fees will be up for a vote next week. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks continued to slide for a third day in a row. The Dow fell 70 points, the Nasdaq gave up 83, and the S&P closed down 18. A drop in the price of crude dragged down by big oil stocks pushed markets south. Marathon Petroleum fell almost 4%. GameStop reported its latest earnings after the close, its numbers falling short of analysts' expectations. The heads of Wall Street's biggest banks headed to Capitol Hill to plead with senators to stop the Biden administration's proposed changes to how banks are regulated. The CEOs of J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, and Citigroup warned lawmakers that the proposals could weaken bank balance sheets at a time when the industry needs more flexibility. New Mexico's Attorney General is suing Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, claiming it failed to protect underage users from exposure to child sexual abuse material.
All right, checking futures ahead of the opening bell. Dow futures down 86, S&P down 2, NASDAQ up 27. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Thursday, December 7th. Hope you're doing well and having a good morning so far. Man, I got to tell you, I spent the morning watching this debate that happened last night. You've got Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, and it was Nikki Haley. And to say that it was entertaining is an understatement. I really did enjoy watching this debate. And there's a lot of audio that I want to play for you. There's a lot of stories that I want to get to this morning. So let's go ahead and get right to it. Some of the debate audio. By the way, Congressman Scott Desjardins, he'll be joining us later this morning at 7:05. And our political analyst, Matthew Hurt, he'll be joining us at 6:05 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I just want to jump right into the audio from last night's debate. By the way, I do want to know what you thought of the debate. 615-737-9986. With all of this that was going on last night, everybody I know, because I get asked every single morning, Mandis, who do you think won the debate? I still think that Donald Trump won the debate. But of the four up on that stage, I believe that Ron DeSantis looked the most presidential. I thought that he was the one that handled himself with the most amount of class. Now, I also like a lot of things that Vivek Ramaswamy had to say, but there was also a lot of BS that was thrown from Vivek Ramaswamy. So let's just get into the audio. One of the things that was discussed, as you can imagine, was Israel.
What happened to Israel was dead wrong. What Hamas did was medieval. It was subhuman. It was immoral. And we have to call that out for what it is on October 7th. But to say that that was an attack on America fails a basic test. I mean, Nick, if you can't tell the difference between where Israel is and the U.S. is on a map, I can have my 3-year-old son show you the difference. That is irresponsible because it has major consequences, because that doesn't leave room for what actually is an attack on America.
Now, it was obvious, the evening last night, notable just because it was clear who was leading in the polls, clearly Nikki Haley. And so that is why Ron DeSantis and especially Vivek Ramaswamy went after Nikki Haley. Now, Vivek, the reason why I thought that was an interesting comment was because it was a moment for Chris Christie where he felt like he had to stand up for Nikki Haley. And so that led to one of the more poignant parts of the debate. You've got Vivek Ramaswamy and Chris Christie really going after each other. And this is the moment that everyone is talking about. Ramaswamy kept going after Nikki Haley, calling her corrupt and establishment and all of these other things, accusing her of making millions of dollars off of her relationship with Boeing. And frankly, Chris Christie had had enough.
I want to say something else. We're now 25 minutes into this debate, and he has insulted Nikki Haley's basic intelligence, not her positions, her basic intelligence. She doesn't know regions. She wouldn't be able to find something on a map that his 3-year-old could find. Look, if you want to disagree on issues, that's fine. And Nikki and I disagree on some issues. But I'll tell you this, I've known her for 12 years, which is longer than he's even started to vote in the Republican primary. And while we disagree about some issues and we disagree about who should be president of the United States, what we don't disagree on is this is a smart, accomplished woman, and you should stop insulting her.
So I'm going to take this. I'm going to take several times.
So that is, again, Chris Christie standing up for Nikki Haley, which, by the way, I'm just going to say that's Nikki Haley's job. That's number one. But number two, when you are running for president, it's gloves off, especially at this point in a primary. So Vivek Ramaswamy, he has every right to go after Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley has every right to defend herself. And if Chris Christie wants to defend Nikki Haley, well, then that is certainly his right. I thought it was interesting, and I'm not the only one that noticed this, but it was interesting that Christie and Nikki Haley seemed to be forming some sort of an alliance. Now, I don't know if that means that, Haley will ask Chris Christie if he wants to be her running mate. I have no idea what any of that means, but Vivek Ramaswamy then did respond to Chris Christie going after him, and this is this is how that went.
Chris Christie, we learned three things. We learned three things right there. First of all, Chris Christie also doesn't know what provinces in eastern Ukraine he actually wants us to fight for. Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York. Yeah. So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and get the hell out of this race.
So you heard, the swipe against Chris Christie and his weight, Vivek Ramaswamy saying, go off the stage, have a nice meal, and off you go. And actually, I will say that, going after Chris Christie for his weight, I think that is a cheap shot. Whatever. I've, of course, done it myself. Most people have. But for Vivek Ramaswamy, I do understand that is a pretty good response, bringing up a Bridgegate from Chris Christie's past. So then, of course, they start sparring over Vivek's behavior on the debate stage. And again, this is, is one of many highlights from the debate last night.
You say this, you do this at every debate. You go out on the stump and you say something. All of us see it on video. We confront you on the debate stage. You say you didn't say it, and then you back away. And I want to say what
exactly what I said, Chris.
I'm not done yet.
Well, this
now
is
look.
This is nonsense. This man is spewing. This man is spewing nonsense.
Let me tell you something. This is the fourth debate. The fourth debate that you would be voted in the first 20 minutes as the most obnoxious blowhard in America. So shut up for a little while.
I'm going to respond to that.
I want to say something.
So as you can tell, a lot of fireworks and, basically the debate, a lot of this happened. Vivek attacking everyone responding, and all the candidates saying that the other candidate is lying and it's not true. Whatever they were even talking about. I mean, DeSantis did it. Nikki Haley did it. Chris Christie did it. Vivek Ramaswamy did it. Everybody said that the other candidates hurling insults and responses and accusations, all of that was not true. There was a lot of eye rolling as well. And so for me, be honest with you, I really didn't get a whole lot out of this debate. I mean, I know that there's a lot of folks that are talking about who won and who lost. I'm going to play for you coming up next what I thought was and is, and I understand Vivek Ramaswamy's positions on Israel. I do want to play his response for you because he really does, in my opinion, sets himself apart from all of the other candidates on his position of Israel. Now, I'm going to tell you that I don't agree with his position, but I understand his position, and I've got that audio for you coming up next at 5:15. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. 5:15 as far as your weather goes. Today, partly sunny and high of 60. Right now, 37 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so the one opinion that stands out on Israel from last night's GOP primary debate, not surprisingly, comes from Vivek Ramaswamy. And I'm going to be honest with you, the positions of Chris Christie and Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis over Israel, pretty much all the same. But Vivek had a decidedly different response, and his position is different, significantly different, I would say, than what the other three are saying. This is what Vivek has to say about Israel.
So I believe I have the strongest pro-Israel position actually on the stage, even though it's a little bit different than the standard GOP talking points. And it is this. The founding vision of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, the George Washington figure of Israel, what did he believe? He believed that we don't want, as Israel, to depend on the fleeting sympathies of the West and have our hands tied. I think Israel has an absolute right to defend itself to the fullest, without the U.S., the UN, or the EU, or anybody else second-guessing their decisions, as the Biden administration, guess what, is now starting to do. I think that's a more deeply pro-Israel position than anybody else, and it keeps the actual lines of accountability clear because it is a pro-American position. So I'll tell Bibi, you smoke the terrorists on your southern border, you go ahead and we're rooting for you. We're going to smoke the terrorists on our own southern border, and that's how I'm going to lead this country.
But Americans were killed in that.
And then, of course, everybody starts chiming in. I actually understand what Vivek Ramaswamy is saying. I've been incredibly, what's the right word? I've been blasting Joe Biden, critical of Joe Biden, because, you know, in the days following October 7th, he was very aggressive when it came to Israel and their right to defend themselves. And as Ramaswamy said, that support, that supporting of Israel and their right to defend themselves or itself, that has waned from President Biden over the last couple of weeks. And so basically what Ramaswamy is saying is Israel can handle their own business, let them do whatever it is that they need to do without, quite frankly, the meddling of the Biden administration and the waffling of all of these other countries that have been early on, they were addressing and talking about their support, professing their support for Israel. But then as things get a little more dicey in the region, now suddenly you do see them starting to waffle. And so Vivek's point is, you know what? Don't give, I don't necessarily know if he says don't give any aid to Israel, but basically he says allow Israel to do what they're going to do unencumbered by any conditions, which is what Joe Biden is trying to say for Israel. If you want our aid, then there's going to have to be some conditions. For example, you have to do whatever you can to avoid as many casualties as you can within Gaza. But, of course, that ignores the point that you do have Hamas utilizing these folks as human shields. They perhaps are lying about the 15,000 dead and so forth. But my position is that I do believe that Joe Biden is absolutely spineless. But my position would be give Israel the aid that they need, continue to fund the Iron Dome, and allow them to do whatever it is that they need to do. And as far as we go, keep our mouths shut. Because Israel, they are the ones that were wronged here. But Vivek, he does have a good point in the sense that Joe Biden and the rest of these nations in Europe and the United Nations and so forth, they need to stay the hell out of it. And so where Vivek and I believe probably differ is he doesn't necessarily, I don't think he wants to see aid going to Israel. But for me, I believe we do need to continue to help fund Israel. But at the same time, we need to stay out of it and allow Israel to do what they need to do unencumbered by our meddling, because it is clear that Israel are the ones that are victims here. And, of course, we can go down the road, as we often have on this show, of Joe Biden funding Iran, of Joe Biden funding Hamas, as well as everybody likes to say, including yours truly. We continue to fund both sides of this war. Nikki Haley had a lot to say about this accusation that she is getting a lot of these corporate donors, and we discussed that at length yesterday. A big issue with Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy. This is what Nikki Haley had to say.
But when it comes to these corporate people that want to suddenly support us, we'll take it. But I don't ask them what their policies are. They ask me what my policies are. And I tell them what it is. Sometimes they agree with me, sometimes they don't. Some don't like how tough I am on China. Some don't like the fact that I've signed pro-life bills. Some don't like the fact that I may oppose corporate bailouts. That doesn't matter. That's who I am. And that's why the most conservative grassroots group in the country, Americans for Prosperity, endorsed me last week.
Well, now the thing that's funny about that is the utter silence after she threw down her defense of the corporate donors. And see, just so you know, for me, I don't have a problem with corporate donors. I have a problem with the fact that some of these folks are Democrats, because it does feel like these Democrats are meddling in our election. But listen to the silence when she mentions Americans for Prosperity.
For Prosperity endorsed me last week.
Nothing but silence. I mean, I do believe that the silence did speak volumes there.
For Prosperity endorsed me last week.
Nothing but silence. There you go. 521 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, I'm watching CNN, and I'm actually starting to enjoy watching. I'm now beginning to understand why Murphy Show likes to have CNN on, because honest to goodness, it's like comedic relief. Because one of the things that they say is Vivek Ramaswamy unleashes a string of conspiracy theories. I've got that audio for you, and I'm going to play it straight ahead because, to me, it was actually one of the shining moments for Vivek Ramaswamy, and that is coming up next. 522, Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
Well, we have the name but not the motive of the latest mass shooting. A Nashville serial shoplifter. Wait until you hear how many times she's been in and out of jail for the past 16 years. Holiday travel season underway amid an uptick in flight delays in Nashville. These stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. I want to go back real quickly to Nikki Haley and the issue with these corporate donors. Remember that I went down this road yesterday, so I don't necessarily want to repeat what I said yesterday. But when your corporate donors do include Democrats, and I guess there's a couple of different major corporate donors that are Democrats who are helping to fund Nikki Haley's campaign. One of the things that she said is, I think that Vivek and DeSantis, I think they're jealous that I'm getting all of these thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars from corporate donors. If they're Democrats, it seems to me that what they're doing, and again, I did say this yesterday, so I'm just going to be brief. Seems to me like what they're doing is their own little Operation Chaos. Let's go ahead and fund Nikki Haley so that she perhaps will be the nominee for the Republicans because they believe that Gavin Newsom or Joe Biden would more easily beat Nikki Haley than Donald Trump, despite, by the way, what the polling says. So I think that might be part of it as well. There's all kinds of things to talk about within this debate last night. I do want to know what you think about last night's debate. 615-737-9986. Also coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, Megan Barry has now announced that she is going to run for the 7th against Congressman Mark Green. She came out with, I think it was a 90-second video announcing her run. And I'm just going to tell you that she is spewing so much complete and utter BS against Congressman Mark Green. And they are, by the way, provable lies. And I will talk about that in the 6 o'clock hour right here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 5:24. I want to tell you about my friends at Window Nation. Listen, it's going to start getting colder in the weeks and months ahead. You need to make sure that your family is safe and secure from the cold. You may need new windows. And if you do, even if you're thinking about getting new windows, you've got to call my friends at Window Nation because right now is the time to act because they're offering you 0% interest for 5 years. Now, you know how high interest rates are right now. They're offering you 0% interest for 5 years and 50% off of all styles of windows, and they have a huge selection just for you. Call them at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION for this great deal. Get 0% interest for 5 years plus 50% off all style windows. You're also going to save money on those energy bills with new windows from Window Nation. The website, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, windownation.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I recently did a workshop talking about some of the missteps of the investing industry, some of the biggest mutual fund companies out there. You probably recognize these names: Fidelity, Vanguard, Raymond James, Edward Jones, actually using data and information from their own websites as I walk through this. Now, one of the things I was talking about is diversification and how investors could be in for a rude awakening at the amount of risk that they actually have in their portfolios, and they don't even realize it. Now, the example I like to use to help people understand why why do these huge companies do this? I mean, these are big companies. And you go, well, why? Well, think about the diet industry. In the diet industry, you had things like this: fat-free this, fat-free that, fat-free that. And what happened is they did a study. They were looking at diabetes in children. And what they found was that when they went fat-free, they actually ended up with more diabetes rather than less, because what they substituted for fat was sugar. Now, what happens in the mutual fund industry, they tend to keep costs low by investing in very narrow areas of the market that are inexpensive to manage. So what happens is the investor ends up with more risk than they think that they've got. Now, why do they do that? Because you are actually attracted by low costs. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't use these big mutual fund companies. It just means that you have to be eyes wide open. As an investment firm, we help people sidestep these things because sometimes you have no choice. You have a 401k, you're dealing with these fund companies, and you can't go anywhere else. So what we do is we help you go around these landmines. To set up an initial 15-minute phone call, go to our website, paulwinkler.com, or you can just scan the QR code right here. We look forward to talking with you.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. 3 dead, 1 injured in the latest mass shooting. The killer taken out by campus detectives at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas yesterday around lunchtime. Here's Andrew Dembert.
Police identified the suspect as 67-year-old Anthony Polito. Sources say he applied to be a professor at UNLV but was not hired. Investigators were searching an apartment in Henderson, Nevada, believed to be Polito's home. Last night, the community gathered for a prayer vigil, remembering the 3 lives lost, with an additional victim hospitalized overnight, now upgraded to stable condition.
Killer was taken down about 40 minutes after he first started shooting. Right now in Nashville, we're learning more about one of the people arrested in the investigation of several thefts from area malls. Police arrested 34-year-old Tawanda Parrish on Monday based on images on a cell phone they say she dropped while running out of a store with a bunch of stolen purses. She's been in and out of jail for repeat offenses, some violent, since right after she turned 18 in 2007. This according to court affidavits that Channel 4 dug up. Right now, Parrish is being held in the Metro jail on a $100,000 bond. Holiday travel news. Channel 4 says an uptick in flight delays at Nashville International Airport is leaving more passengers scrambling. Here's Courtney Allen.
Based on recent data from the U.S. Department of Transportation, about 1 in every 5 flights is leaving BNA behind schedule. It's part of a nationwide trend in increased delays and cancellations. Passenger rights experts at AirHelp say it's because airports and airlines have not increased staffing to meet the demand for travel since the pandemic.
Now, Channel 4 found that Southwest had the highest percentage of outgoing delays. Nearly a fourth of Southwest flights left BNA late over the past 2 years. Delta, they say, most likely to leave on time. American came in at number 2. United ranked 3rd. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
5:38, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the gang of three amigos. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning.
Ken Weaver. Hello.
Good morning, boys. Yeah.
I'm Dan. All right, so I don't never.
I don't never do that.
I don't never understands. So I don't know if people appreciate like the Trump parodies and stuff that Chris Hand brings to the table. You guys like those, the parody songs, the pro-Trump stuff that Chris brings? I think it's funny. Other people, though, have said, no, they don't believe that it's funny. I do, and I'm actually going to bring one to the table right now.
You're just going to do it, aren't you?
I am going to do it.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
I said you don't never do that.
Man, I'm trying to wake up. All right, here we go. Hey, listen, at least I got the date right today.
Yeah, you did.
Let's see here. So this is CaptainDeplorable45.com, and it is a Trump impersonator doing a rendition of Let It Snow.
Well, the weather outside is scary, and we know that his legs are hairy. We know it 'cause he told us so. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Can't understand him when he's speaking. He even said he was Puerto Rican. Mm-hmm. Fell off a bike when it was going slow. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. On the border, he has no clue, and it's making us all go insane. When he's got nothing left to do, he just sends some more cash to Ukraine. Now the country is slowly dying, and Karine Jean-Pierre keeps on lying. This president is our greatest foe. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe.
I mean, I think that's good.
It's pretty good.
Johnny?
Okay. All right.
Moving on.
Very well.
Then, very well.
Very, very well.
It's...
maybe what we need to do is put music behind it. Maybe then it would be a little more, there must be a Let It Snow instrumental out there that we can throw behind it. Yeah. And perhaps maybe it would be to Johnny's liking.
I don't know.
Okay. Hey,
it is what it is.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, I think that's,
you know what is going to happen right now?
Everybody's different.
You guys can't see this right now, but I'm literally erasing the audio. Thanks, Johnny.
I'm sorry.
Nothing like a little Johnny B encouragement to make me shame spiral.
I just got to be honest. I mean, it just...
Dan ain't never going to do that again. Not never.
I'm a professional. I'm a professional word butcherer, is what I am. And that's it's going to be on my resume next time in a couple of weeks when I have to, update that resume.
No,
okay.
I mean, I'll say this. I'm glad I heard it, but, that's enough. It's good.
I'm glad I heard it.
I'm glad I heard it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a ringing endorsement. I'm glad I heard it once.
Yeah, maybe not again. It's okay, Ken. I erased the audio.
I mean, I wouldn't put it as my ringtone or, go back and say, hey, honey, listen to this.
All right.
What do you think about that?
I will say I was impressed with the guy's. He's even got his breathing down, if you noticed.
He does.
He had that was the most that was the best part of the whole thing. I thought he is doing a great job of impersonating his whole speech pattern.
All right, so hold on now.
All right.
This is one of those moments.
Uh-oh.
And we find ourselves, and Johnny, this is not an indictment of you, because I find myself at odds with the audience at times too.
Yeah.
This is Kathy, I love it. 8602, loved it. 8245, that was great. Sleepy Joe's song rocks. 6682, love it. 5581, Ken, now that was funny. 1513 says, once was enough. I can actually undo the delete that I just did.
Well, maybe you should.
Moving right along. Joe Biden, speaking of Sleepy Joe, you can also call him Lion Joe. He was caught in yet another lie. Here it is.
I wanted to play lacrosse, but you had to choose between lacrosse and football. You couldn't play both in the same season.
So he's talking about lacrosse, right? And he is saying that he wanted to play both sports, but he couldn't. I feel like I have to interpret for Joe. But he couldn't because he says you had to choose between lacrosse and football at his school. And I'm going to play the rest for you.
I wanted to play lacrosse, but you had to choose between lacrosse and football. You couldn't play both in the same season.
Mm-hmm.
Since I was a powerful 6'1", 158-pound flanker back, I was the runner-up at state scoring championship. Don't laugh, man. As they say in football, I got soft hands. Guess a lot.
Got a soft brain. Anyway.
What'd he say? He said he was a scoring champion?
He said something about he was the runner-up scoring champion.
I'm sure he was.
I was the runner-up at state scoring championship. Don't laugh, man.
Yeah.
He says he was the runner-up of the state scoring championship.
I was the runner-up at state scoring championship. Don't laugh, man.
If he's not careful, he's going to be the runner-up in November.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he said flanker back?
Yeah, flanker back.
What is that?
That's a back that flanks the defense.
Okay. Anyway.
I'm just joking.
Oh, got it. Okay. You know, the funny thing is, Ken,
I really don't know what a
I know
flanker
so
back is.
little about these things that I'm like, oh, okay.
I think he's talking about like a slot receiver.
Whatever.
I'm sure if we did a fact check.
Oh, people have been fact checking.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the thing. In his school, they didn't actually start lacrosse until 1993.
Well, that's when I went out for it. They said I couldn't. I was too old.
Imagine that.
So that's the thing. So yet again, he's been caught in a lie. Now, he was in front of...
Yes.
He was in front of a bunch of Native Americans, and I guess it's the Native Americans who invented lacrosse. And so this is what Joe does, right? Yeah. So what he does is when he's in front of some sort of a group of people, he makes up a story to try and relate to them. He's in front of, I guess, a bunch of Native Americans who knew invented lacrosse. And so he is trying to say that he really wanted to play lacrosse.
It's in his bones, baby.
It's in his bones,
Jack.
But, his school made you choose between football and lacrosse, when in reality, his school didn't offer lacrosse until 1993.
Yeah.
But haven't you noticed that about the Democrats? They always assume the room.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Al Gore used to do that. Every time he'd speak to, like, if he ever spoke to a union crowd,
yeah,
it was always, yeah, buddy, I'm one of you.
Yeah.
And then he'd get into a black church and start acting like a preacher.
Yeah. Start talking like one.
Oh, yeah. And I told him, I went up on high.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I remember that.
Oh, yeah. Have mercy. Yes.
It was like Hillary. Remember the Red Eye guys were talking about Hillary, where, she was talking about how she was a fan of all of the different baseball teams, and she wouldn't actually choose one baseball team over another. And she would, be seen in all of these different, baseball hats and so forth. So,
well, I mean, on the first campaign with hubby Bill, she had a real thick Southern accent.
Yeah, she did.
I ain't no ways tired.
She wasn't never gonna talk any other way.
Wasn't that when she had the hot sauce in her purse? Remember that when she had the hot sauce or the tobacco sauce or something in her purse?
Oh, Tabasco, yeah.
Is that what that was? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
These politicians, man.
Oh, man, they'll do anything.
Hey,
they really will. I'll do anything to get your vote.
Can am I out over my skis on this one? So Taylor Swift is the Time Magazine Person of the Year, right?
Now, what do you know about that?
Well.
So follow me here.
Okay.
So the NFL is doing everything they can to build up Taylor Swift with this whole thing with Travis Kelce, so on and so forth. She's on this massive Eras tour. The Time Magazine makes her Person of the Year. Time Magazine is incredibly left. The NFL is incredibly left. By building up Taylor Swift, then Taylor Swift, as she did in one of the previous elections when she went up against Marsha Blackburn, Taylor Swift will then get her Swifties to go out and vote Democrat. So this whole thing could be just one big move to impact the upcoming election in 2024. Am I over my skis on that? Am I like, conspiracy theorist, or am I onto something? That this whole thing is, I don't know. This whole thing just smells fishy to me.
I think you're onto something.
Am I onto something?
I think you are. I think she.
Ken, do you just cover the news?
I just cover the news, boys.
But you know, the good thing is, her crowd, I don't know if they'll really go out and vote.
I don't even think they know how to read.
I really don't. I mean, they may talk the game, but I don't know if they'll really go out and vote.
Like, you don't think they'll go out lemming-like and just blindly vote for the Democrats?
I think they'll talk it.
You know, here's what I also don't understand with Taylor Swift is her, and I say this as a guy who likes her music. I've explained that. It was a thing that my daughter and I listened to when she was growing up.
She makes great pop music.
She makes great pop music.
You can't get away from
she's
that.
She's very talented.
Here's what I don't get, though. So she's all about girl power, right? I'm noticing some hypocrisy. She's all about girl power. Yet, I would assume she's very Democrat. Democrats are pro-transgender women. Transgender women basically are men playing on girls' teams, which is decidedly anti-female. So how does Taylor Swift square all that? You can't.
No.
You can't be pro-woman or pro-girl and also be pro-transgender woman or pro-transgender. You can't. Those are two competing ideas.
You're making too much sense, Dan. You're going to confuse her.
I guess there's nothing else to say on that.
Well, I mean,
you're right. That's logic.
Here's the thing. I mean, I don't know if she asked to be Time Magazine's Person of the Year. I mean, I don't know if she's really asking the media to make such a big deal out of her going to these football games. But it's the media that is making Taylor Swift, Beyonce Knowles, these huge icons, and I can't figure it out. And I'm not blaming the artists.
No.
Beyonce or Taylor, because I think they're very talented people. It's the media.
And listen, I'm not saying that she is
putting this in our face.
Well, and we don't care what.
And we do not give a rat's ass.
Now, I don't care how Taylor Swift votes or how Beyonce votes. I could care less.
But they are out there. And by the way, I'm not criticizing them trying to encourage people to vote. But to me, if you saw the Taylor Swift documentary, which I've now admitted on radio that I watched it, she talked about being very anti-Donald Trump and anti-Marsha Blackburn. I don't begrudge people their political affiliations. I don't begrudge people trying to encourage other people to vote. It's what I do every day. I mean, she's got a slightly larger platform than I do.
A little bit.
But
shade.
I don't know. I just, to me, the whole thing just seems little fishy to me. And Ken, to your point, because it is a good point, I don't know if there's any coordination here or not.
Yeah.
It's not. And I actually made the same point, Ken, when you and I spoke about this a while ago, which was, why can't Taylor Swift go and just watch a football game and have it not be a big thing? But my point during that discussion was that Taylor Swift always knows where the cameras are. And if she wanted privacy, she could very easily have privacy watching those games.
Yeah,
she could.
But look at the royal couple. I mean, they can't get away from it.
Are you being facetious, Ken?
Yeah, my tongue's in the
Okay,
cheek.
got it. I'm like, Ken's going weird on me. I don't know where that...
Here's another thought, too.
Yeah.
Look at how much money Time Magazine's going to make from Swifties buying this issue.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah, follow that. That's all about the money.
It's all about the money. Yes, sir, Brother Johnny B.
And that's why they want her to show up at games.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so apparently I'm in good company. Laura Loomer has said essentially the same thing, which is that, yes, mainstream media embraces Taylor Swift's ability to sway the 2024 elections.
Sure.
December 5th. All right, so Laura Loomer beat me to the punch. Whatever.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike.
There you go.
Boy, they do. They do.
I think I've interviewed Laura Loomer before.
I think you have to.
I think whatever. Anyway, all right, it's 5:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7.
Yeah?
Nothing says man card like watching a Taylor Swift documentary. See, I knew. I knew
that was lurking.
I knew.
Boy, I ain't never watching that.
Boy, me either.
You guys sure
I'm
about
not
that?
no never.
You ain't
No,
never going to watch your...
No, never.
No, never.
5:53, Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 6?
Well, we're going to let you hear how it went down there around lunchtime at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. It's the latest mass shooting. You got to hear what the Republican county mayor says about this so-called fire tax they're talking about. That's coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Ken. At 5:53, Stoltz Co. Listen, this is the company that many Tennesseans are turning to for their pole barns, and you should too. Listen, if you don't know what a pole barn is, all you've got to do is check out stoltzco.com. You can also find them on Instagram or Facebook. When it comes to pole barns, Stoltz Co., they are the experts, and it is anything you want it to be. A pole barn can be a classic tool and work barn, a garage, or a place to live. A pole barn is practical, efficient, and flexible, and a pole barn from Stoltz Co. is going to stand the test of time. So if you're hearing this commercial right now and thinking about a piece of land you have, maybe a section of your property that you don't really know what to do with, put up a pole barn from Stoltz Co. Call them 615-622-5992. They'll give you a quote right over the phone. They'll get right back to you as well. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Only the best materials, and only the best craftsmanship as well. 615-622-5992, stoltzco.com.
I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about.
There's a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. And selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. Fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. It's got an appeal. People really liked it.
When you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
For me, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep. Being lightweight and mobile was huge. I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. The more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
From the ground up, I'm hooked in. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. You're seeing the growth of the sport. You're seeing the innovation. And you're seeing all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. 3 dead, 1 injured. The killer taken out by campus cops at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Engine 18, go ahead and hold short. Shots fired in the area. Engine 18.
Just before
hold short.
noon yesterday, the sheriff there says students were gathering outside a building that houses UNLV's business school, playing games, eating food. Gunfire rang out inside.
We heard a bunch of shots, and the second police got there, they went in and more shots fired.
Yeah, campus police swarming the scene, telling people to run, hide, fight.
All of us just heard somebody scream, like, gun, like there's a gun.
Video shows students scrambling to get away, others barricading themselves in classrooms. About 40 minutes after it started, 2 university detectives killed the suspect in a shootout outside the building. The suspect identified as a 67-year-old professor who had applied for a job there. Right now in Middle Tennessee, the idea of a new fire tax to pay for expanded services in Rutherford County is getting shot down in flames. Mayor Joe Carr says he won't even bring it up. The fire chief and several county commissioners agree. There will be a vote on another way to pay for expanded fire protection through development taxes and construction impact fees next week, but not a new tax. And here in Nashville, Metro Police say they're going to keep pushing for new tasers. They wanted Taser 10 models they say are safer than the current Taser 7 models they use. But the Metro Council voted down a $24 million 10-year deal for the upgrade, saying it would be irresponsible since that money can go to other ways to protect and support the community. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. BeaconCM.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
While the Federal Reserve may be focused on its meeting next week to decide where interest rates will go, economists are looking months down the line. Reuters says a majority of experts it has polled think the Fed will leave interest rates where they are until at least July. That was not enough to hold the interest of Wall Street's investors. The Dow Jones gave up 70 points Wednesday, but still did close above 36,000. The S&P lost 0.4%, the Nasdaq Composite 0.6. Meta is rolling out a major update ensuring that every call and text chat on Messenger is encrypted end-to-end, just as it is on WhatsApp. Even Meta won't be able to see what is sent, according to the head of Messenger. So while fully electric vehicles get all the buzz, hybrids are gaining traction, partly because they're cheaper than EVs by an average $10,000. Ford's hybrid sales rose 75% in November, led by hybrid versions of the Maverick and F-150 pickup truck.
All right, checking futures ahead of the opening bell on Wall Street. It's mixed. Dow futures down 75, S&P flat, Nasdaq up 36. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And go, my fellow Americans.
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. There is so much going on. A lot of folks, of course, talking about the debate last night. Of course, the GOP primary debate. I'm losing track. I think there's been now 4, I think. We had last night, you had Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy, you had Nikki Haley, and, of course, Ron DeSantis. I want to get the opinions of our grassroots political analyst, Matthew Hurt, joining us. Matthew, you in Washington, D.C. this morning?
I am, Dan. It's great to be with you, and it's great to be in Nashville in this time of giving between Thanksgiving and Christmas. But I am in D.C. this morning.
So D.C. must be a buzz from the excitement from last night's debate. What are people saying? And then I'll get, your opinion. I'm going to play a couple of audio pieces as well.
Obviously, Nikki Haley is sort of the favorite right now as she sort of bumps up in the polls. But not a lot of people in Washington, D.C. watched the debate. And as we saw, this is now, as you said, the 4th debate. The ratings for these debates have slipped each time. The New York Times had a headline that said that the secret debate the RNC didn't want you to see. And I think that's sort of the vibe right now among primary voters. I'd be curious to know who watched it. I do know that Donald Trump had an interview with Sean Hannity, and the debate between Ron DeSantis and Governor Newsom last week had more viewers. And so I'm just wondering if 39 days out, are Republican primary voters a little tired of the debate scene?
Well, I don't know what we're learning from last night's debate. I didn't watch it live, but I watched it this morning on the replay as I was grabbing audio. And it's clear that Nikki Haley, of those 4, is the front runner because DeSantis and Ramaswamy were clearly going after Nikki Haley. One of the things that I noticed, and then we'll move on, but one of the things I noticed is that Haley and Chris Christie, seemed to be, I don't know if you would say forming a sort of an alliance, but Christie clearly, and I played the audio for folks in the previous hour, sort of standing up for Nikki Haley. And part of me wonders, with Christie standing up for Haley against Ramaswamy, does that make Nikki Haley look weak?
The thing here is, and Chris Christie is smart in this way, he's not going to be the nominee. He certainly won't be president, but he would like a job in the next administration. And if it looks like Haley's star is rising, if Christie comes to her defense on the debate stage, he's a friendly, and he may have an opportunity to serve as attorney general or something like that in a Haley administration, should that administration materialize. It's the same as, the last time you and I talked, Dan, we talked about Ramaswamy serving in a Trump administration. And I think that's the mentality of the second tier or third tier candidates. If they can get near somebody who looks like they might serve as president, they might serve in the White House. It's much harder for a hypothetical president, Nikki Haley, to bring Ron DeSantis, to bring a Donald Trump into her administration if that is where the attacks are coming from.
Grassroots political analyst Matthew Hurt joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot was made, Matthew. You mentioned the debate between Donald Trump, the conversation, the town hall between Donald Trump and Sean Hannity. This comment drew a lot of criticism, a lot of hand-wringing, a lot of hair-on-fire coverage from the folks on the left, where Donald Trump, they say, said that he would not be a dictator except on day one. This is what the former president said.
The media has been focused on this and attacking you. Under no circumstances, you are promising America tonight, you would never abuse power as retribution against anybody.
Except for day one.
Except
Look,
for?
he's going crazy. Except for day one.
Meaning?
I want to close the border and I want to drill.
That's
drill,
not
drill.
That's not.
No.
That's not retribution.
I'm going to be. He keeps. We love this guy. He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No. Other than day one, we're closing the border." And we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds...
Now, Matthew, to me, obviously, the former President Donald Trump, when he says he's not going to be a dictator, I think he's referring to, dictator day one executive orders. It seems like that's what he was talking about, closing the border and drill, baby, drill. Is that your impression as well?
That's my impression. The hair on fire from the left is this is the narrative they want. It's Donald Trump has a delivery style. He has a humor. He's got a wit about him, and this is part of that. But taken in full context, it's very clear that when he came into the White House in 2017, there were things that he could have done. On day one in the Joe Biden administration, there were dozens, probably hundreds of executive actions that Joe Biden took that are well within the law. We don't like them, but they're legal. And if Trump returns to the White House, he's now learned the lesson from the first administration, and there are executive actions. And on the border and on drilling, these are things that a majority of Americans want to see: a secure border. A majority of Americans want to see energy prices come down. We support an all of the above approach to energy, and those things are just not the kind of dictator, quote unquote, hair on fire attacks that the left wants. Although, the line taken out of context does play into their narrative. So I suspect my friends on the other side of the aisle will definitely use it in their quiver. It's another arrow in their quiver to attack, quote unquote, dictator Donald Trump. It's just silly.
I had this debate with myself yesterday. Does Donald Trump know when he does that he's giving them ammunition? Is he enjoying, living rent free in their heads? Is this like for Donald Trump a hold my beer moment? Watch this. They're going to go absolutely nuts because you're right, Matthew, where the media takes his comments out of context. And then the American people see that, and then their credibility is blown. I mean, what's the mindset of Donald Trump? Is he meaning to do this, or is this just what he does?
Donald Trump is a successful businessman, but in modern television, Donald Trump was created by reality TV, and the persona and the delivery. He knows exactly what he's doing. It was the smartest campaign for president in 2016 because he bypassed the national media, who previously were gatekeepers of the message. And he went to Twitter and he went to social media and he said, that's how he got his message out there. This is part of his play. And it's great. It's really great to have a national figure, a former president, and could be back in the White House, who talks directly to the people and who does stick it to those gatekeepers who really thought they could be the arbiter of what is true and what is not, and how the message, was relayed to the American people.
6:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Matthew Hurt with us, grassroots political analyst for Nashville's Morning News. Matthew, hold on. Got to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. Today, partly sunny and a high of 60, and right now 33. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. Matthew Hurt is joining us. Matthew, Kevin McCarthy made, I don't know if it was a surprise announcement or not, but that he is going to be leaving Congress by the end of the year. And so that is one of the stories leading the headlines this morning. Congressionally is that he has decided to leave Congress by the end of the year. Now, it could be months before the special election is held in his district in California to replace him. Now, it is a solidly Republican district, but, the governor can take his time in calling for that special election, meaning one less Republican in the House of Representatives moving forward, especially at a critical time with all of the things that are up for debate and voting. So how is this going to impact the Republican-held majority in the House?
You asked at the beginning of this interview what people in D.C. were talking about. And not a lot of people were talking about the debate last night, but everyone was talking about McCarthy's retirement. I was with a lot of principled conservatives last night. Congressman Tim Burchett, Congressman Andy Ogles were there, and everyone was talking about McCarthy's retirement. Everyone saw it coming. Kevin McCarthy does not believe in anything in politics, and we have principles. We're conservative for a reason. He doesn't believe in any of that. He believes in winning and money. And so at $170,000 a year, maybe a little more as a former speaker, that is not nearly as much money as he could make as a lobbyist, as somebody with access to members of Congress. And we see this, in his political maneuvering. He was deposed, taken out of the speaker's seat by conservatives, by sort of the grassroots in his own party. So he's ready to tuck tail and leave and go and make money somewhere else. So this is not a surprise to anybody in D.C., but it does slim, that majority is looking a lot more slim. But I think the American people are going to see what's on the table in 2024. And I think Republicans will come back with a wider margin in the House.
Interesting article in Time this morning where they say that patience is running thin with Speaker Mike Johnson. And they say that Republicans are no longer on board with the Speaker as he sort of navigates through the job. What are you hearing and feeling about conservatives from your vantage point in Washington, D.C., on Speaker Mike Johnson? The specific phrase that they said was the honeymoon is over.
I think that is something that headline writers and reporters want to cover. I haven't heard that much in D.C., and we're in the midst of Christmas party season. There is something every night where Hill staffers and members of Congress come together and close out the year. I think that conservatives in D.C. are still pretty rosy about him. Obviously, there are some process votes, some maneuvering. He has to learn the job, right? Speaker Mike Johnson wasn't on anybody's radar before he came sort of out of the caucus as the pick for Speaker. And I think that folks are going to give him some deference for a while. There are things that Republicans have to do when we are governing. If we have the majority in the House, if we have the majority in the Senate, and eventually take the White House, there are things that we have to do to administer government, and Republicans have to learn how to do that. And I think Mike Johnson is learning on the job, and I think he's doing a fine job. And I don't think that a lot of conservatives or grassroots, the voices in D.C. are still pretty supportive of him.
I know that we spoke earlier about the debate last night. Nikki Haley, one of the things that she was attacked over is the fact that she has been getting, and I'm going to air quote this, corporate donors. And some of those folks are Democrats. So I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me navigate this. I'm trying to figure out why it is that these really rich Democrats would be donating to Nikki Haley's campaign. Is it because they believe that Nikki Haley, they want her to be the nominee because they feel like she is more beatable than Donald Trump? I mean, Haley said, well, y'all are just jealous because you're not getting all that money. But I'm trying to figure out, why is it that these Democrats would be supportive of and donating to Nikki Haley? Is it because it's like an Operation Chaos? They feel like she's more beatable?
Yeah, the headline yesterday was one of the sort of a never Trump Democrat donated $250,000. I think, today, Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis could defeat Joe Biden. And I think any one of those presidential campaigns would defeat Joe Biden. It is a risky play for somebody with millions to donate $250,000 or more to a campaign that they hope defeats Donald Trump, that gets Nikki Haley or whomever into the White House. That said, you think about it, if Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis could all three beat Joe Biden, then the Democrats who see that may be hedging their bets. So it's interesting to see. It's not as traditionally Operation Chaos as having a bunch of grassroots folks vote in another party's primary. But this is, again, and you and I have talked about this before, people with a lot of money, use that money to express themselves, and they are betting on these horses just like anybody else would, on any at a smaller dollar amount. So it's interesting to see. I don't know ultimately that it makes a much difference, because it looks like the voters, 39 days out into Iowa, the voters are going to express themselves, and it doesn't matter if you get $250,000 or $1 million or $2 million from a left-wing donor out of New York.
It is clear that, and by the way, speaking of Reid Hoffman from LinkedIn, it is clear that at least right now, if the primary were held today, Donald Trump is the victor. Matthew, how can people find you on social media?
So I'm on Twitter and everywhere else, Matthew Hurt, MatthewHurtt.
All right, thank you, and looking forward to speaking to you again. As always, great analysis. It is 6:22. Ken Weaver was coming up in the news.
Well, we're learning more about the University of Nevada, Las Vegas mass shooter. We'll tell you about that. Big banks had their say yesterday on Capitol Hill. They don't like these new regulations to keep them from failing. And holiday travel news in Nashville, talking flight delays and cancellations. Coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you very much. It's 6:22. Coming up after the news at the bottom of the hour, Megan Barry, former Mayor Megan Barry, made her intentions known that she's going to be running for the 7th against Congressman Mark Green. I'm going to play you her big announcement, her video recording announcement from yesterday. It is so full of lies. I'm going to point out every single lie. This has nothing to do with cemeteries. This has nothing to do with the affair. This has everything to do with the BS that she is propagating in this particular announcement, in this video. It is coming up at 6:35 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. And years ago, it was my New Year's resolution to buy and learn how to shoot. Buy a gun and learn how to shoot that gun. And the Glock store helped make that happen, the Glock store in Nashville. Now, my daughter has the same idea heading into 2024. Now, I'm thinking that she should get a Glock, but there's, of course, as you folks know, so many to choose from. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my daughter down to the Glock store and let the two-way pros help her pick one out. Now, they've got every Glock in stock, and you know they've got the training as well with instructors that can help you shoot faster, shoot safer, and more accurate. It is where I did my training, and I absolutely loved it. Now, Christmas is here. You need something for the two-way supporter in your life. Think about the Glock store. You can even personalize the guns with just about anything you want. The Glock store, guns, parts, accessories, and training, 1930 Air Lane Drive, just minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. GlockStore.com.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I recently did a workshop talking about some of the missteps of the investing industry, some of the biggest mutual fund companies out there. You probably recognize these names: Fidelity, Vanguard, Raymond James, Edward Jones, actually using data and information from their own websites as I walk through this. Now, one of the things I was talking about is diversification and how investors could be in for a rude awakening at the amount of risk that they actually have in their portfolios, and they don't even realize it. Now, the example I like to use to help people understand why do these huge companies do this? I mean, these are big companies. And you go, well, why? Well, think about the diet industry. In the diet industry, you had things like this: fat-free this, fat-free that, fat-free that. And what happened is they did a study. They were looking at diabetes in children. And what they found was that when they went fat-free, they actually ended up with more diabetes rather than less, because what they substituted for fat was sugar. Now, what happens in the mutual fund industry, they tend to keep costs low by investing in very narrow areas of the market that are inexpensive to manage. So what happens is the investor ends up with more risk than they think that they've got. Now, why do they do that? Because you are actually attracted by low costs. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't use these big mutual fund companies. It just means that you have to be eyes wide open. As an investment firm, we help people sidestep these things because sometimes you have no choice. You have a 401k, you're dealing with these fund companies, and you can't go anywhere else. So what we do is we help you go around these landmines. To set up an initial 15-minute phone call, go to our website, paulwinkler.com, or you can just scan the QR code right here. We look forward to talking with you.
.628 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yes, coming up next, Megan Barry announcing she is going to run for the 7th. And also Vivek Ramaswamy and his conspiracy theories. It's all straight ahead. Dan Mandis here with a question for you, friends. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because you could be in for a big surprise, actually a nightmare. Now, some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They'll deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. Now, that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 20-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they are going to pay for it to be replaced, period. Now, it is that kind of customer focus that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the absolute best insurance companies around. So call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. But before you call King & Associates, call your current insurance company and find out what their policy is on replacing your roof. 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your royal review at tkinginsurance.com.
.630 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Authorities in Las Vegas say the man who shot and killed 3 people and injured a 4th at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas yesterday had applied for a teaching job there but didn't get it. The shooting started around lunchtime in the business building.
Engine 18, go ahead and hold short. Shots fired in the
Campus
area.
police and Las Vegas police swarmed the area. The suspect was killed 40 minutes later. Sources say 67-year-old Anthony Polito had a single handgun in the shooting. Investigators have been searching his apartment and are looking through his cell phone to better understand a motive. Big banks CEOs warning about a looming recession. Testifying at the annual hearing in the U.S. Senate yesterday, Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan said regulations forcing banks to keep more cash on hand to protect against failure will hurt the economy.
We believe the capital accumulated by the industry should continue to serve the customers in America's economy. not be subject to regulatory capture by a theoretical model.
Jamie Dimon with JP Morgan Chase.
Mortgages and small business loans will be more expensive and harder to access, particularly for low to moderate income borrowers, as costs for originating and securitizing loans rise. Savings for retirement or college will yield lower returns as costs rise for asset managers, money market funds, and pension funds.
Only two Democratic senators, Sherrod Brown and John Fetterman, pushed back on those CEO's claims. All the other senators either agreed or didn't even bring it up. Holiday travel news in Nashville. Channel 4 says recent data from the U.S. Department of Transportation shows about 1 in every 5 flights is leaving BNA behind schedule. Here's Courtney Allen.
We found that Southwest is the most likely to have outgoing delays, with nearly a fourth of flights leaving late over the past 2 years. Delta is the most likely to leave on time, with American and United falling in between. AirHelp says people's best bet is to leave early in the morning on a Tuesday or Wednesday. Avoid traveling on Friday and Sunday evenings and try to only book direct flights.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. So many of us deal with things like autism, sports injuries, concussions, even Lou Gehrig's disease. My friends at the Kellum Stem Cell Institute, they can help you, whether it is you or a loved one suffering. They can help with a cutting-edge treatment available for you from the Kellum Stem Cell Institute. Now, Dr. Ethan Kellum specializes in the harvesting of and then redeploying of your own stem cells to attack inflammation in your body to help it heal. Now, there's nothing controversial here. This is your body providing your cells and your solutions. And Dr. Ethan Kellum can help you today. He is an official doctor with the Tennessee Titans, and he should be your doctor as well if you're suffering from, again, any number of things, including sports injuries, concussions, congestive heart failure, lung issues too. They can help you with just about anything. They also, by the way, now accept care credit. 615-850-4415. Call today for your free consultation. The KellumStemCellInstitute.com. Find them online. It's KELLUM. KellumStemCellInstitute.com. This is your body, your cells, and your solution. 637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. By the way, it's the big night tonight, Super Talk Live event, 4 to 8 at Scoreboard at Cedar Creek Marina in Mount Juliet. Please come. We'll be talking about the year we leave behind and the year ahead. Join yours truly, Chris, Matt, and Brian. We'll be broadcasting live. The event is free as well. You can get all the details at 99.7 WTN.com. I absolutely love our station events because I get to meet folks like you. So please come out. Again, details at 99.7 WTN.com. So I don't know if anybody was surprised at Megan Barry announcing that she was going to run. Of course, former Nashville Mayor Megan Barry. I feel like that was, years ago now, the whole had an affair with the bodyguard and the cemetery. And by the way, Johnny and Ken, I don't know if the cemetery is actually in the 7th Congressional District. I'll have to look that up a little bit later on. But she's been talking about running, and she sent up a balloon, a trial balloon, if you will, a few weeks ago. And so now she finally made the decision that, yes, indeed, she is going to be running for the 7th. And she did make the announcement yesterday. And here's what she had to say. Johnny, need some audio?
There are losses so profound, they change you forever. And there are lessons learned in life that are so profound, they stay with you forever. 6 years ago, while I was the mayor of Nashville, we lost our son Max to a drug overdose. A knock on the door in the middle of the night that no parent should ever have to answer. And during that time, I made mistakes. I owned up to them, and I took responsibility. And my husband Bruce and I worked through it all together. I don't think anybody should be defined by their worst moments. It's what you do next that counts.
All right, so she mentions the death of her son Max a total of 3 times. Now, do I need to... I'm going to give a 30-second history of former Nashville Mayor Megan Barry because that was years ago, and we got a lot of new people not only listening to Nashville's Morning News, but live here in Middle Tennessee. A lot of people moving here, and they may not know what happened. Megan Barry, former mayor of Nashville, she was caught having an affair with her bodyguard, and there was, all kinds of things. But among them, of course, you have the character issues, the morality issues, but you also have a misuse of taxpayer funds because that bodyguard was charging taxpayers thousands of dollars in overtime. And so as Megan Barry, as mayor, was going to all of these exotic locales, her bodyguard was along for the ride. And so there's a lot of misappropriation of funds. So anyway, she mentions the death of her son, not once, not twice, but 3 times in her announcement. And he did pass away tragically because of an overdose of fentanyl. And she seemingly blames Mark Green and Republicans for doing nothing about the fentanyl crisis. I want you to listen very closely to the way that she frames this.
I look at the total dysfunction in Congress and its failure to make any kind of difference in the lives of our families. It's outrageous, and we don't have to tolerate it. In the years since Max passed, we've seen the opioid crisis get worse. We've become immune to innocent people being gunned down in our schools and our communities. And Congressman Mark Green has done nothing.
Are you kidding me, really? Is that really going to be the play of Megan Barry? Saying the Republicans and Mark Green haven't done anything about the fentanyl crisis, the opioid crisis, all of this coming across our southern border. She mentioned guns, which we'll get to. But to say that Mark Green and the Republicans have done nothing to try and stop the fentanyl crisis is simply a lie. And so I heard that and I thought, really, is this? That is so provable that that's a lie. Mark Green and the Republicans want to protect the border. They want to take on the fentanyl crisis. They want to go after China. They want to go after Mexico. They want to stop the fentanyl crisis at the southern border. Megan Barry is a Democrat. Joe Biden is a Democrat. Alejandro Mayorkas is a Democrat. It's the Democrats who have opened up the border and refused to deal with the drugs plaguing our country. and coming into this country through their wide open border. So how dare Megan Barry insult the intelligence of the people of the 7th District by saying that Mark Green is the problem? Does she really think that the people of Tennessee and the people of the 7th are really that dumb? I mean, I understand that people are used to politicians lying, but this is beyond the pale. You know, one thing that Mark Green has been demanding, I remember this from way back, is updated numbers of fentanyl deaths from the CDC. You know why? They won't give updated numbers. I believe the reason why they wouldn't give updated numbers is because it is really bad. And the updated numbers of deaths from fentanyl will make Joe Biden and the Biden administration look bad. Because why? Because it is their wide open border and they're kowtowing to China and Mexico that is facilitating this whole thing. By the way, also memo to Megan Barry, Mark Green, Congressman Mark Green, he's also the chairman of the House Committee on Homeland Security. He's been grilling the Democrats on the open borders since he started in that role. And before that, by the way. So for Megan Barry to say that he has done nothing is simply a false allegation, clearly. Oh, and by the way, he's got a lifetime score of 93% on the Heritage Action score on conservatism.
We're losing our rural hospitals at an alarming rate, and people are dying because of it. And women in Tennessee are dealing with one of the most extreme abortion bans in the country, and Mark Green supports it.
So the loss of rural hospitals isn't something Mark Green can deal with necessarily by himself. That is a big discussion of Medicare expansion, private insurance, and state and federal lawmakers. The amount of people living in the rural communities and the costs associated with being actually a rural hospital with fewer patients, that is part of the issue, is that they have a lot of this overhead that they've got to meet, and fewer people are going into these rural hospitals. That means they have fewer patients and fewer income being brought in. It is a much larger discussion. And by the way, you know who we're going to speak with at 7:06 about just that is Congressman Scott Desjardins, who also happens to be a medical doctor. But again, it is a larger discussion. But to me, it is simply put a cheap talking point that makes it seem like somehow Mark Green, a doctor, is somehow supporting the closure of rural hospitals. He's actually been trying to save them, Megan Barry, because, again, as a medical doctor, he understands the need for these facilities. And as far as abortion, which she also mentions, well, Mark Green, Congressman Mark Green, is an unapologetically pro-life conservative. 6:45, time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. Today, partly sunny and a high of 60 degrees right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Kind of going over point by point, Megan Barry, former mayor of Nashville, who had to resign in disgrace after having an affair, and the whole thing with the overtime, the bodyguard, cemetery, all that stuff is, to me, you know, it's all part of what I would say is a lacking of a character. But here's the thing. To me, I don't think it really matters because conservatives, I mean, let's all be honest. Donald Trump has had many affairs, and so it's not necessarily the affair itself that a lot of people perhaps are concerned about or not concerned about. It was what I would say is the misappropriation of taxpayer dollars as her bodyguard got all of that overtime. But I am playing for you some of the sound bites from her video announcement yesterday that she was running, challenging Congressman Mark Green for the 7th Congressional District. And here's one more audio bite from former Mayor Megan Barry.
So today, I'm announcing my campaign for Congress because working families have been ignored for far too long. We need an economy and a government that works for everyone. If I can save even one other parent from burying a child, it'll be worth every effort.
So she says, and again, that is the third time in 90 seconds that she mentioned the sad passing of her son. But she talks about how we need an economy and a government that works for everyone. I would remind Megan Barry, isn't her party and the president the party of Bidenomics? And isn't Bidenomics what is destroying the personal economy of millions of Americans? Didn't her president, Joe Biden, tell us for a year that inflation wasn't rising, and then when they had to admit that it was, that inflation was actually good? Remember all that? The economy has had major challenges, and to blame Mark Green for that is just silly. And also, I would remind Megan Barry that Mark Green and all the other Republicans in the House of Representatives voted against Joe Biden and the Democrats' American Rescue Plan. Now, that was Joe Biden infusing money into the economy when he shouldn't have. It wasn't necessary at the time. And he also increased in that same legislation, he increased federal spending at a massive scale. And almost every economist out there will tell you that is what fueled all of that inflation. So please, Megan Barry, tell us how Mark Green is responsible for rising inflation. Give me a break. Finally, and this is a little touchy, but I do find it unseemly that in one 90-second video, she brought up her son's passing 3 times. That does not make her immune from criticism about her affair or the misappropriation of funds related to the affair, as her bodyguard/boyfriend made thousands of dollars in overtime. Now, I don't believe that she's going to win, but at some point, Mark Green is going to run for governor or the Senate, I believe. And then that seat will be open. So what she may be doing is she may be doing this sort of like as a next step to eventually take another step, you know, sort of testing the waters on her political viability. Maybe she'll run for governor. Who knows? When Bill Lee ends his run in 2027. But for me, I don't necessarily see a path forward for Megan Barry, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Okay, there's a lot more to come on Nashville's Morning News. I did promise you that I would play you this audio from Vivek Ramaswamy, where he is talking about how the biggest threat to America is not Joe Biden or, you know, Donald Trump or Nikki Haley or whoever. He says it is actually the deep state. Listen.
Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job? That the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11? That the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform? That the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech? That the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false. There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who are licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking and criticizing him when it's convenient.
So you hear like everybody chuckling. You know, here's the deal. If you listen, and maybe I'll have time in the next hour, I can go down that entire list, one after another, and I mean, at least for me, kind of succinctly, talk about exactly what he means by that and why Vivek Ramaswamy was actually right when he mentioned all of those different things and about how the deep state is a threat to our country. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, very active, 615-737-9986. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Well, we'll tell you what more we're learning about the Las Vegas mass shooter. Big bank CEOs warning about a looming recession. Nashville police going to keep pushing for updated tasers, even though the Metro Council turned them down. They say it's too costly. That money's better spent elsewhere. And elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, Rutherford County will not be creating a new fire tax. You got to hear what the mayor says about that coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. It's 6:52, just in time for the holidays. DT McCall's has some great news. Their gun safes are now sales tax free. It is hunting season, so you're going to go hunting. But when you're home, as you folks know, those guns need to be locked up in that tax-free gun safe from my friends at DT McCall's. They are Tennessee's largest Liberty gun safe dealer. They also, by the way, offer free delivery and free setup at DT McCall's. Others going to charge up to $500 for delivery and setup, depending on size, but not at DT McCall's. They deliver and set up your new gun safe absolutely free of charge. And you can use that gun safe to keep anything safe. Valuables, cash, jewelry, documents, wills, deeds, and car titles, whatever. Your most important valuables are safe from theft or fire with a tax-free gun safe from DT McCall's. Details at their website, dtmccalls.com.
7 o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got another day before big changes come in the weather. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Las Vegas mass shooting. Police have searched the killer's apartment. They're going through his cell phone to determine a motive. Whit Johnson with the timeline for what went down yesterday at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
According to police, the shooter began on the 4th floor of Beam Hall, home to the business school. Assistant Professor Truman Raleigh's office is on that 4th floor.
I saw one of my colleagues jump from her desk and shut the door and take cover.
Within minutes, the student union and business school swarmed with SWAT teams and armored police vehicles, students receiving alerts on their phones. Hundreds of students and faculty anxiously sheltering behind barricaded doors. Authorities later confirming 2 campus police officers immediately engaged the suspect, killing him in a shootout.
He's identified as 67-year-old Anthony Polito, who had a single handgun in the shooting. They say Polito had applied for a job at UNLV but was not hired. Big bank CEOs warning about a looming recession. Banks are required to keep more cash on hand to keep from failing. But J.P. Morgan Chase Jamie Dimon told the annual banking hearing in the U.S. Senate yesterday that's hurting the economy.
Mortgages and small business loans will be more expensive and harder to access, particularly for low to moderate income borrowers, as costs for originating and securitizing loans rise. Savings for retirement or college will yield lower returns as costs rise for asset managers, money market funds, and pension funds.
Citibank CEO warned lawmakers, data suggesting people pulling back more. Customers who fall in the lowest band of credit scores are taking on the highest levels of debt since 2019. Nashville police going to keep pushing for updated tasers they claim are safer than the ones they're using right now. Metro Council voted down a $24 million 10-year deal for Taser 10 models, saying it would be an irresponsible way to spend money when it can be put to use in other ways to protect and support the community. 24 council members voted against the upgrade, while 14 voted for it. Elsewhere in Middle Tennessee, Rutherford County will not create a new fire tax to pay for expanded protection amid rapid growth. Mayor Joe Carr says he won't even bring it up. The fire chief and several county commissioners agree. The Tennessean says a resolution to pay for the expansion of fire service through development taxes and new construction impact fees will be up for a vote next week. And President Biden making health advocates mad for delaying a proposed ban on menthol cigarettes.
The delay comes after intense lobbying from tobacco companies and from civil rights groups who claim a ban on the cigarettes, which are popular among black smokers, would lead to racial targeting by police. Data shows nearly 85% of black smokers smoke menthols, which the CDC says can be more addictive than regular cigarettes. The American Lung Association saying an average of 45,000 black Americans die each year from smoking-related diseases. The White House not yet explaining its decision to delay.
Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures down 53. S&P futures flat. NASDAQ futures up 34. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
I wanted to touch on the history of Tethered and kind of how it came about.
There was a handful of us that were already using similar equipment. At the time, however, you couldn't just go to the store and buy saddle equipment. It just didn't exist. And selfishly, we just were making gear that nobody else would make for us and that we wanted ourselves. And our goal was just to make enough to break even. Fortunately for everybody involved, it took off. It's got an appeal. People really liked it.
When you think of a saddle, that's what I think of. That's the first name that I think of when I hear about a saddle.
For me, the reason I got into it was I'm hunting public land, and most of the time I'm going pretty deep. Being lightweight and mobile was huge. I walk in with a pack and my bow. That's it. The more I did it, I was like, man, there's so many features here that are helping me improve as a hunter, where I can take different shot angles and stuff. And I'm going to tell you, I feel safe with this rope all the time.
Yeah.
From the ground up, I'm hooked in. If I fall off this thing, I'm just going to swing a little bit. And I think the learning curve is small. It's just about getting comfortable with your equipment. It's the biggest thing. And for me, it's repetition and then fine-tuning that to meet my needs. And that's the cool thing. What I like and what might meet my needs might be a little different from you. And even though we're doing the same thing, you can tweak it to meet your needs. And I really like that aspect about it.
But we've done a really good job of just innovating and creating products that don't exist. You're seeing the growth of the sport. You're seeing the innovation. And you're seeing and all of these cool things that we make, and it's because we actually use it.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you for joining us along with Ken Weaver, Johnny B, as well, Dan Mandis on December 7th, 2023. Good morning to you. And good morning to Congressman Scott Desjardins, who joins us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us. One of the things I just got done talking about, Megan Barry, I know that you're more than likely in Washington, D.C. right now, but Megan Barry, former mayor of Nashville, has announced that she is going to run for the 7th Congressional District. And one of the things that she says in her 90-second introductory video announcing that she's running, she mentions that Tennessee is losing rural hospital, which is most certainly true. We are losing rural hospitals, but it seems like she's trying to somehow blame Republicans and Congressman Mark Green. And so I guess my question to you, you're also, of course, a medical doctor. Talk about what is going on with rural hospitals. This is not unique to Tennessee, although we, I believe, are one of the leaders across the country in losing rural hospitals, but it is happening in states all across America. But Democrats and Megan Barry apparently trying to blame Republicans somehow. What's going on with this?
Well, that's what Democrats do when things aren't going their way. But you're right. I practiced medicine in Tennessee for 18 years prior to coming to Congress, and I worked in a rural hospital, so I saw firsthand what the challenges were, and things changed a lot with Obamacare. It created a gap for a lot of people. There was, if you were making up to $50,000 as a family, you qualified for TennCare. Which was good. So low income and very low income people are covered. But there was a group in the middle, I guess what you call the middle or lower middle class, that make between $60,000 and $100,000. If their employers didn't offer health insurance, it was hard to find any kind of affordable health care. And so we've been working for healthcare associations, insurance across state lines, et cetera, to help that small group try to get insurance. But when I was in practice, the TennCare, which would be kind of the Medicare in our state, had very low reimbursement. Medicare reimbursement has also been very low over the years, and then private insurance based their reimbursement on Medicare Plus. And so hospital expenses have gone up over the years like everything else, just like in your home, inflation has taken its toll. Also, we've seen a workforce shortage where physicians are not coming to rural areas. There's a nursing shortage across the country. And so we need to be focused on increasing incentives to get physicians to go to rural hospitals nurses go to rural hospitals. And frankly, the Washington bureaucracy is designed, in my opinion, to create a socialized medicine type system. And all those things have been driving costs up, although while the reimbursement has been going down. And one other thing I noticed that there was a lot of overutilization in the TennCare population because unlike you and I and others, they don't have a copay. And so it didn't really matter whether you used an emergency room, which is obviously more expensive, or go to a doctor's office or walk-in clinic because if you don't have to pay anything and things are free, you tend to not worry as much about what the cost of it is. And so, if I saw a TennCare patient, I get reimbursed some 30-some cents on the dollar. Medicare may be 60-some cents on the dollar, and a private insurer would be like 120% of Medicare, so 70 cents on the dollar. And so increasing the number of TennCare Medicaid in the state does not increase the profits. It actually creates more of a challenge.
Yeah, when Megan Barry, former Mayor Megan Barry, threw that out as a little, 4 or 5 second talking point in this 90-second video, it just sounded to me like a cheap shot that had absolutely no real basis in fact. I mean, just listening to your answer, it is incredibly complicated. But to sit here and blame Mark Green, Congressman Mark Green, who, in my opinion, is doing a great job, to say that, he is out there fighting against rural hospitals is just ridiculous. Anyway, other things that are going on. Thank you for your perspective on that. Among the headlines today, Congressman Scott Desjardins, the president says he is part of the headlines this morning, willing to make significant compromises on the border in exchange for Ukraine funding. I think Israel funding might be in there as well. Do you believe the president when he says that he's willing to make significant compromises on the border? I think it was you or somebody I spoke with earlier, a couple of days ago, weeks ago, whenever it was, where clearly Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, has been very aggressive with the Senate and trying to get some compromises on the border. And apparently now, perhaps, the president is listening.
Yeah, well, I think you and I did talk about this, and the president wanted more funding, but he wanted it for more attorneys for asylum seeker adjudication and housing for illegals. It was to make things more comfortable and more expedient to get people here illegally. And, of course, Republicans know that the southern border is probably the biggest existential threat to America that we face right now, with 6 to 8 million people coming here illegally. We don't know who they are, and the terror threat is high. The fentanyl deaths, so on and so forth, that we've talked about is high. So that's one issue that the Republicans have held firm on. We've been pushing Speaker Mike Johnson to draw a hard line on this, and thankfully we're getting help in the Senate from Senate Republicans saying, any funding that goes to other countries has got to be tied to funding to protect our own border, which makes perfect sense. I'm happy to look at what we need to do to help our friends and allies around the world, but we've got to save ourselves first. And I think right now, Senate Democrats and President Biden realize that we're not willing to budge on this, and I hope we don't, because it's critical that we get this border secure.
7:14 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Congressman Scott Desjardins is joining us. Congressman, hold on. I'm going to ask you, though, coming back, we have a couple of things going on. One, of course, Kevin McCarthy has announced that he is going to retire from Congress by the end of the year. That story, Time magazine, it's a website now, but Time has got a big article on how Republicans in the House are beginning to lose patience with Speaker of the House Mike Johnson. I'm going to ask for your perspective on that and a whole lot more. Right now, though, it's 7:15 now. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Thank you very much. Partly sunny today, high of 60, and right now 32 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 and WTN. Congressman Scott Desjardins, let's talk a little bit about, you mentioned Speaker Mike Johnson a few moments ago. I see some are reporting. Now, realize I will openly acknowledge that the media, if there's not enough dysfunction in Washington, D.C., sometimes they like to try and create more dysfunction. So Time is reporting, I think this was a story from this morning, that rank and file Republicans were beginning to lose faith and lose patience in their new speaker, Mike Johnson. I don't know if that's true or not, so I'm going to ask you, what's your perspective?
Well, I think he's got an impossible task, as did Kevin McCarthy, or whether it was Steve Scalise or Jim Jordan as Speaker, because it's 1 against 4. Mitch McConnell is helpful sometimes. Schumer is never helpful. Hakeem Jeffries is awful, and Joe Biden is awful. So it's literally a 4 against 1 situation. So we can put pressure, or we can have some of our more conservative Republican senators put pressure on Mitch McConnell. So this time of year, we've got national defense authorization that has to be done. We've got, of course, funding for the government that we're dealing with in a different way, extending it into next year. We've got FISA warrant that needs to be reauthorized, and there's a lot of very critical pieces that come together every time at the end of the year. So I don't think Mike's doing anything wrong. I think that it's a critical time of year, and I think Republicans in general are just frustrated at the small seat that we have at the table with a 3-seat majority. And we're trying to keep Biden from passing egregious policies while we can try to maintain some control of government. And it's just imperative that we get the Senate and we get the White House to get the things done that we want to do. But right now we're trying to hold the line the best we can with a small army.
Santos is out. Kevin McCarthy announcing that he's going to retire by the end of the year. Don't really know when that special election in California will actually happen. So how does the retirement of Kevin McCarthy, to me, it feels like he's being a little petulant, like, okay, fine, take this. But on the other side, I also understand that he can make a heck of a lot more money working for the lobbyists and so forth. But what's going to be the legislative impact on Kevin McCarthy deciding to retire at year's end when you are in the midst of all of these discussions and votes that you just mentioned?
Yeah, it makes it more difficult. It's a reliably Republican seat. Problem is, I think Gavin Newsom in California kind of gets to call the shot on when the special election will be. So we're going to be even more shorthanded, and it would be nice to have had Kevin through July, but again, here we have a 2 or 3 seat majority, and we have factions within the Republican Party that can't seem to stay together and stick together as a team on even minor things. So I guess we're going to continue just to try to block Senate and White House initiatives as we continue our investigations, and try to do the best we can to message on the border, on the economy, on we had a great bill yesterday on electric vehicles, giving American people the choice rather than having this technology crammed down our throats. So we need to continue to do things like that going into 24 to show how Republicans can do a better job than what this administration's been doing. And I think that bar's been set pretty low, but it is more difficult with the slimmer majority.
I know the car manufacturers are asking the Biden administration to ease back on that because they've got a bunch of these EVs sitting on the lots. People don't want them. You mentioned Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that is supposed to expire by the end of the year. Christopher Wray, I played all the audio yesterday, or a lot of the audio yesterday, talking about the scary stuff that is coming across our southern border and the terrorist threats that we face at home and abroad. And I think part of what he's trying to do, and I'm not discounting anything that Christopher Wray said, but I think part of what he's doing is he's trying to justify the re-upping of Section 702 and the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, talking about how important it is to combat all the things that he was warning us about. And I guess part of my question is, okay, so if this ultimately is approved yet again, this is probably one of the most controversial things you guys you lawmakers are discussing. We know that Americans have been wrapped up in some of this spying on, some of these targeted foreigners outside of America. Where do you stand on this right now as this conversation continues?
Yeah, this is a really frustrating issue because it's fool me once, shame on me. But they basically admitted that they abused the process. There was corruption within the FBI and DOJ. They abused the FISA warrants. We know they did it. And yes, I do think it's important that it's in place, but it has to have guardrails. And frankly, I think there has to be accountability. Christopher Wray saying, "Oh, we fixed those problems. Just trust us. Just reauthorize this. We'll do it right." Well, they're admitting that they did it wrong. And so why isn't James Comey or others who were responsible for abusing it held accountable and prosecuted? I think Americans would feel better about trusting the FBI and DOJ if somebody would be held responsible. And there's no doubt that our terror threat is high, basically because of this president's horrendous border policy and the turmoil that's going on around the world. So we need to have this, but we also need to have assurances. The Intel Committee has a version that passed almost unanimously. The Judiciary Committee has a version of FISA reform that came out yesterday with a 35-2 vote, including Jerry Nadler and other Democrats. So there's true bipartisan concern about the abuses within this, and we haven't decided exactly which one of those we're going to go with. I believe we're going to vote on both of them next week. I think the Senate's trying to attach the extension to the defense authorization, which is the wrong way to do it. I hope we can avoid that, but I think a clean FISA extension, if that happens, it better be very brief until we can get it right, whether it's 3 to 4 months. But bottom line is we need guardrails. They say what they've got in there now would prevent all the things that happened under President Trump from ever happening again. Well, that sounds good. Frankly, I don't trust them. So let's hold someone accountable. Let's look at the details. And then before we talk about any longer-term extension, let's make sure we feel comfortable with that. And maybe we can have a conversation again. I got a classified briefing in about 45 minutes on FISA, and we'll see if we learn anything new.
All right, Congressman, I've got 30 seconds left. What did I miss?
Well, I think that we covered a lot of ground here. Going into the Christmas break, there's just a lot of things that need to be done. We need to make sure we get them done right. I'd like to get the defense authorization passed. That's important. But I think we got to hold firm on getting border security tied to any additional funding. That's something all Americans agree on. Doesn't matter whether you're at the border or in Chicago or New York. Americans across the country are feeling the crunch from illegals coming into the country. So I think that's a top issue we really need to stay focused on.
All right, Congressman Scott Desjardins, thank you as always. 7:23. What's coming up in the news at 7:30, Ken Weaver?
Well, we'll tell you what more we're learning about the man who carried out the latest mass shooting. This on the campus of University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Here in Nashville, wait till you hear what we're learning about this latest serial shoplifter arrested due to all these thefts from area malls. More than 100 charges on her record. And Channel 4 says there's an uptick in flight delays at Nashville International Airport. Bad timing. Details coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm sure, Ken, she's just misunderstood. She just needed to feed her family, and that's why she's been shoplifting all this time.
Well, yeah. I mean, she probably had a rough upbringing.
Sure she did. I'm sure she's got a good excuse.
It's all Mark Green's fault.
It's all Mark Green's fault. Thank you, Johnny. 7:24 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. I love Brentwood Jewelry. It is where I buy all my jewelry these days, and I do recommend Brentwood Jewelry highly. Now, Christmas time is here. Guys, if you are stuck and you don't know what to get your wife, your girlfriend, your significant other, think about Brentwood Jewelry. They will steer you in the right direction. Now, this is where Amy and I went to celebrate our 1-year wedding anniversary. I bought her some fantastic earrings, and she got me a watch. Now, Brentwood Jewelry is the place in Middle Tennessee to go for new and pre-owned Rolex watches. You can get one of the finest watches ever made for a fraction of the cost and a 2-year warranty as well. Listen, Brentwood Jewelry is the place to go for for special gifts for that special someone in your life. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. You can find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I recently did a workshop talking about some of the missteps of the investing industry, some of the biggest mutual fund companies out there. You probably recognize these names: Fidelity, Vanguard, Raymond James, Edward Jones, actually using data and information from their own websites as I walk through this. Now, one of the things I was talking about is diversification and how investors could be in for a rude awakening at the amount of risk that they actually have in their portfolios, and they don't even realize it. Now, the example I like to use to help people understand why do these huge companies do this? I mean, these are big companies. And you go, well, why? Well, think about the diet industry. In the diet industry, you had things like this: fat-free this, fat-free that, fat-free that. And what happened is they did a study. They were looking at diabetes in children. And what they found was that when they went fat-free, they actually ended up with more diabetes rather than less, because what they substituted for fat was sugar. Now, what happens in the mutual fund industry, they tend to keep costs low by investing in very narrow areas of the market that are inexpensive to manage. So what happens is the investor ends up with more risk than they think that they've got. Now, why do they do that? Because you are actually attracted by low costs. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't use these big mutual fund companies. It just means that you have to be eyes wide open. As an investment firm, we help people sidestep these things because sometimes you have no choice. You have a 401k, you're dealing with these fund companies, and you can't go anywhere else. So what we do is we help you go around these landmines. To set up an initial 15-minute phone call, go to our website, paulwinkler.com, or you can just scan the QR code right here. We look forward to talking with you.
Selling your home during the holidays can be stressful, but it doesn't have to be. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can receive the strongest cash offer in the industry, so you can sell your home fast and make the most money this holiday season. You don't have to worry about the hassle of constant cleaning and making costly repairs. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. They've got over 10,000 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate is the most trusted and experienced real estate team in America. Their guaranteed offer does keep you in control. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There's no obligation. Please tell them, as always, Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number is 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. For Mark Spain Real Estate, find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. One more day before some change comes in the weather. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And the latest mass shooting in America. At least 3 people killed when a gunman opened fire on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas yesterday afternoon. Mike Henderson, a senior there, says they got alerts on their phones what was happening.
This is not a test. Run, fight, hide.
Law enforcement sources telling ABC News a suspect who was killed in a shootout with campus police officers is 67-year-old Anthony Polito, who had applied for a college professorship at UNLV but was not hired. Authorities say he was armed with a handgun when he carried out his rampage. Right now in Nashville, we're learning more about one of the people arrested in the investigation of several shopliftings from area malls. 34-year-old Tawanda Parrish has been in and out of jail for over 100 repeat offenses, some violent, since right after she turned 18 in 2007. Channel 4 says she was arrested on Monday based on images on a cell phone police say she dropped while running out of a Dillard's with stolen purses. Right now, Parrish is being held in the Metro Jail on a $100,000 bond for all these thefts. Holiday travel news. Channel 4 says an uptick in flight delays at Nashville International Airport, leaving more passengers scrambling. Here's Courtney Allen.
Based on recent data from the U.S. Department of Transportation, about 1 in every 5 flights is leaving BNA behind schedule. It's part of a nationwide trend in increased delays and cancellations. Passenger rights experts at AirHelp say it's because airports and airlines have not increased staffing to meet the demand for travel since the pandemic.
Channel 4 says Southwest had the highest percentage of outgoing delays at BNA. Delta, the most likely to leave on time. American came in at number 2. United ranked 3rd. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thanks, Ken. 7:32. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen, winter. Let's just be honest. It's getting cold, going to get colder. Winter is coming on December, 21st. Bottom line is you need to be ready with a working HVAC unit and heater. You become a Beehive member from Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You are going to ensure that you're running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. Now, if your heater does break down, Beehive members like me, hopefully like you, get front-of-the-line service. So when hundreds of homes are without heat, you are going to get serviced first. Becoming a Beehive member also means that you get 3 thorough maintenance services a year, including plumbing, plus no overtime charges 24/7 and 10% off of all repairs. For satisfaction guaranteed, call my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Become a Beehive member like I have been for years now. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. That website, tell him Dan told you to reach out, busybeehvac.com. 7:38, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. So somebody wants to know, Johnny and Ken, why I don't reference the L&M Bank chat line more often. Now, if you don't know what the L&M Bank chat line is, it is the chat line that is on our YouTube page. Actually, it's it's not the L&M, it's the F&M Bank. Johnny and I were talking off the air. What's the name of this thing? The F&M Bank chat line. I'm going to PD hell. Anyway, but they asked me, how come you never reference the chat line on the social media pages? I'm always referencing the super text line. Well, it's because if I'm going to go to the F&M Bank chat line and read all the comments, and there's a lot of comments there, I also have to look at myself on the screen because I got to look up the YouTube page, and there I am in all my bald-headed, shiny-headed glory, and it's very distracting. So as I try to read all the comments from the F&M Bank chat line, which are, a lot of very good comments, it's a little distracting seeing me to my left on the computer talking. So there you go.
And there's your story. You're sticking to it.
That is my story. No, it is actually true.
I understand.
Mark says that Donald Trump is a brilliant strategist. His claim to be a dictator for a day will have anyone with half a lick of sense going to listen to the original and approving of what he said. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. That is, of course, courtesy again of the F&M Bank chat line on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter. You can watch us do the radio show pretty much anywhere these days. Now, a lot of people wanting me to play the audio of Vivek Ramaswamy last night. There's so much I haven't even gotten to today. There's just a very busy show. Vivek Ramaswamy, he was talking about a number of different things, and they're talking about what really is a danger to America. And he was talking about the deep state. And I did play this audio earlier. Now, one of the things that I find interesting is that CNN was saying, Ramaswamy was talking about all of these various conspiracy theories. I'm going to put that in air quotes. All of these conspiracy theories. Well, everything that he mentioned, they're not conspiracy theories. They are actually true. I want you to listen to this. This is Vivek Ramaswamy last night during the debate, and he's going to mention a lot of things that we talk about daily on talk radio.
Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job? That the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11. That the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory.
All right, now I feel like I got to take these on one at a time. So January 6th, inside job, you look at all of the thousands of hours of videos, and the FBI won't tell us why exactly it is that they had, if I remember right, wasn't it like hundreds of agents? And Christopher Wray won't talk about what the FBI was doing related to being embedded in all of those protesters, or did they instigate what happened on January 6th? You can also talk about the folks, the Capitol Police, just letting the protesters right into the Capitol building. Why did they do that? Christopher Wray won't say. He talks about Saudi Arabia and their involvement in 9/11, so he talked about that. He also mentioned the Great Replacement theory, which I believe that what Vivek Ramaswamy is talking about is having all of these folks coming in. It's what I talk about all the time, where you have open borders, and then, of course, you're going to have all of these people coming in. They're going to be granted amnesty, and then they'll be voting. They'll be allowed to vote, and then Joe Biden and the Democrats and Alejandro Mayorkas have basically created an entirely new voting bloc. That's all true, right? Seems right to me. Here's more from Vivek Ramaswamy.
But a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform, that the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech.
Now, when he says the 2020 election was stolen by big tech, I don't know where he's going with that. But I have told you folks ad nauseum that it is all about the social media companies. It's all about the FBI and the intelligence agencies saying that the laptop from hell had no credibility. I mean, I could go on, but I've done that monologue 1,000 times. How they have, millions of Americans have come out and said, if we knew that the laptop was real, turned out it was real and a credible story, but had the media not spiked that story, the election of 2020 would have been vastly different.
That the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false.
All right. Now, when he talks about that, he's talking about 2016 and how you had the dirty dossier. And that was fostered by Hillary Clinton. That was fostered by John McCain, Hillary Clinton, the FBI. They fed the dirty dossier and all of those contents to the media that led to, the Mueller investigation. And ultimately, Donald Trump was cleared. But Trump lost, half of his, presidency, 4 years, because he was always bogged down in these accusations. So, I mean, these aren't conspiracy theories, folks. I mean, maybe the way that the media and maybe the way that CNN is presenting them, they look like conspiracy theories, but I mean, I know what Vivek is saying.
There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who are licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking and criticizing him when it's convenient.
There you go. So anyway, it's Vivek Ramaswamy and his conspiracy theories. It is 7:45. By the way, I am air quoting conspiracy theories. I think that he was spot on in that, 45-second or so soundbite, 7:45. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. $7:45 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan here. As far as your weather goes, partly sunny today and a high of 60. Thanks for listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is not lost on me that today is December 7th, a day that will live in infamy, Pearl Harbor Day. And some folks mentioning on the various chat lines that we have going that today is Pearl Harbor Day. And it is one of those days. And I thank a veteran, all the time. The veterans that I know, they are always on my mind. Today is most certainly no different. We lost a lot of Americans on December 7th of 1941. And so for me, on this day and every day, I do talk about and I do think about what is going on with our veterans, because there is, and I've spoken to some veterans where they will say that there are certain days that they really do think about those that have lost their lives, giving the ultimate sacrifice. And this, of course, is one of those days. So don't lose sight of the fact that way back in 1941, December 7th of 1941, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. And this is a day just like every day that I definitely do show my appreciation for those veterans and obviously those that gave the ultimate sacrifice. 7:47 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. TB says 22,403 lost on that day in 1941. There is, doggone it, I have here it is. Johnny needs some audio, if I could. I was just speaking about Vivek Ramaswamy and his conspiracy theories. Joe Biden, you want to hear what Joe Biden said yesterday? He was asked about the story regarding Hunter Biden and his working relationship with the Chinese and the Russians and all of these foreign entities. And remember that Joe Biden has said often enough that he knew nothing about any of that. Listen to Joe Biden lie through his dentures.
There's polling by the Associated Press that shows that almost 70% of Americans, including 40% of Democrats, believe that you acted either illegally or unethically in regards to your family's business interests. Can you explain to the Americans, amid this impeachment inquiry, why you interacted with so many of your son and brother's foreign business associates?
I'm not going to comment on that. I did not, and it's just a bunch of lies.
You didn't interact with many of their business associates?
I did not. There's lies.
Yep, it's over. Very well. Moving on. Joe Biden waves off the media and walks off away from the podium because, they're all lies. Forget about the fact that you have photographs, you have appointments, and all of this is from Hunter Biden's once discredited, now certainly credible laptop, but you have photographs of the president, then vice president, with all of these different meetings and playing golf with Hunter Biden's business associates. You have Tony Bobulinski and others who have said that Joe Biden met with Hunter Biden's business associates. You have all of the shell companies. This is all, James Comer mentions this stuff all the time. Quite frankly, I'm bored with the talking points. It is obvious that Joe Biden was influence peddling with his son. It is obvious that I think that Joe was actually telling Hunter Biden where to go to influence that, to peddle that influence. I think Joe was telling him exactly where to go. So you've got the millions of dollars that is coming from Chinese businesses and some of these corrupt organizations through these shell accounts. Then it goes to Hunter Biden, James Biden, then ultimately Joe Biden. And you have the IRS whistleblowers out there that have been, blowing their whistles on the DOJ trying to protect Joe Biden. So I love how he just says, they're all just lies.
I'm not going to comment on that. I did not, and it's just a bunch of lies.
It's just a bunch of lies. That's what Joe Biden says. It's just a bunch. What about the proof, Joe?
You didn't interact with many of their business associates?
I did not.
Well, what about Tony Bobulinski when Bobulinski says that you met with those business associates at various dinners? What about all of that? What about the appointments on your White House schedule when you were vice president?
There's lies.
There's lies. What Joe Biden is saying. Okay, Joe.
What's the tenant?
I don't know. You think anybody believes the president when he says they're lies, they're nothing but lies? He's lying about lying. Because it's like every day, Joe Biden tells another lie. And so I know that you folks, you know what the thing is? I feel like I'm preaching to the choir because I think everybody here at WTN who listens and speaks on WTN knows exactly what Joe Biden is. He is, President liar, pants on fire is what Joe Biden is. Hey, it's another Super Talk Live event coming up tonight from 4 to 8 p.m. at Scoreboard at Cedar Creek Marina in Mount Juliet. We'll be talking about the year we are leaving behind and the year ahead. I don't know about you. Are you looking, Johnny, Ken, you guys looking more forward to saying goodbye to 2023 and saying hello to 2024? I am. I'm really looking forward to saying bye-bye to 2023 and looking forward to the year ahead. Now, apparently, Chris and Matt are talking about how Chris needs Matt's pickup truck to move the Christmas tree onto the facility there at Scoreboard at Cedar Creek Marina.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I guess Chris went to Matt, who has a big old pickup truck.
Yeah, he's got a big old hog in the truck.
Oh, man,
and apparently Hand needs a big old pickup truck to...
Needs a hand, does he?
Hand needs a hand with the Christmas tree. That's exactly right, Ken. Anyway, very, very funny. I'm looking, you know what the thing is that Chris has built up whatever this Christmas tree is.
Yeah.
He has built this up now to the point where If this Christmas tree actually is, a wee little tree, then it's going to be a big old letdown. So this better be a big tree, Chris. I'm just saying, because as, I keep saying about Christmas trees, size matters when it comes to that. Ken, what is coming up during the news coming up here at 8 o'clock?
Well, we're going to tell you what we're learning about this latest mass shooter. Also, a new tax is getting shot down here in Middle Tennessee. President Biden making health advocates angry for delaying a ban on certain cigarettes. And there's a poll showing who people think won last night's Republican presidential primary debate. These stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It kind of depends on who you're asking as far as that poll goes.
Yeah, but this poll, Dan, this is the one that ends them all.
Okay, very good.
It's on the internet.
So it must be true. 753 Super Talk 99.7. Get the speed you need at a great price with my friends at Xfinity Internet. You know what's going on in my house. With all three of us working on our computers, doing homework or radio shows, we depend on Xfinity Internet in my house, and you can too. Now, you can get up to 5 times faster upload speeds for smoother connections on the largest gig speed network only from my friends at Xfinity. And Xfinity's gig speed internet is available to 99% of their footprint. In other words, it is fast, reliable, and pretty much everywhere. And so you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box. And you can stay connected on the go with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. Now, those two words really do say it all. Fast and reliable. So get in touch with Xfinity and stay connected. To get started, call them at 1-800-XFINITY, 1-800-XFINITY. Find them online, xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Actual speeds vary and are not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds. Not available in all areas. Performance may be limited by customer's device configuration.
8 o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. We know the identity of the mass shooter at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Police trying to determine a motive. Alex Stone says the gunfire started right around lunchtime.
This is what it sounded like as police moved into the buildings on the UNLV campus and evacuated scared students after the gunfire and the victims were killed. Police say it was 2 UNLV campus police detectives who went racing toward the gunfire and shot and killed the shooter, Las Vegas Sheriff Kevin McMahill.
We watched a lot of fear across the faces of those young men and women at UNLV.
Today, police are trying to better understand how and why it unfolded.
Police say the killer was 67-year-old Anthony Polito, a professor who had recently applied for a job at the school but was not hired. By the way, the 3 deceased victims were not students. They were faculty. Right now in Middle Tennessee, the idea of a new fire tax to pay for expanded services in Rutherford County is getting shot down in flames. Mayor Joe Carr says he won't even bring it up. The fire chief and several county commissioners agree. Now, there will be a vote on other ways to pay for expanded fire protection due to population growth. The Tennessean says a resolution for development taxes and construction impact fees will be taken up in a committee next week. Here in Nashville, Metro Police say they're going to keep pushing for new tasers. They wanted Taser 10 models, which they say are safer than the current Taser 7 models they use. But the Metro Council voted down a $24 million 10-year deal for the upgrade, saying it would be irresponsible when that money could go to other ways to protect and support the community. Health news you might need to know. President Biden making health advocates angry for delaying a proposed ban on menthol cigarettes. Andrew Dembert says so far the White House isn't explaining why.
Among the groups who've been fighting the ban are the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives and the National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice. Both groups list big tobacco companies among their sponsors. The opponents of the menthol ban argue it would unfairly target minorities and would only create an underground black market. But supporters argue the ban will go a long way to improve public health.
Andrew Dembert says data shows nearly 85% of black smokers smoke menthols, which the CDC says can be more addictive than regular cigarettes. Vote 2024. News Nation says a poll on who won last night's Republican presidential debate shows
the only person more fascist than the Biden regime now is Nikki Haley, who thinks the government should identify every one of those individuals.
And 29% in that News Nation poll show Vivek Ramaswamy won. Haley and Chris Christie tied at 28. Ron DeSantis was fourth with 15%, more than 5,276 responses to that poll. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Dow futures up 3, S&P up 12, NASDAQ up 85. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. It is hour 4, along with Ken Weaver and Johnny B. I haven't even gotten to all of my audio from last night's debate because I think it was interesting. Ken had the story. News Nation did a poll and they said that Vivek Ramaswamy won the debate. And I don't know, Ken, if you're there, you said so.
I'm here, Brother Dan.
What percentage thought that Vivek won the debate last night?
29% of more than 5,000 responses.
Okay.
Yeah. And 28% tied. They're Haley and Chris Christie, and Ron DeSantis had 15%.
You know, one of the things that I will say is that I get why people don't like Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, dude comes out swinging. He really, really does. And I think that there's a lot of people who believe that Chris Christie and Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are part of the establishment, which means that they are part of the swamp. And I think that for Ramaswamy, he truly is, love him or hate him, he really is going after these folks with both barrels. And I think that there's a certain percentage of people in this country that just like to see the establishment under attack. And I understand that. I mean, there's a certain part of me that actually appreciates that kind of fire because for the Republicans, that's kind of what they need right now. But to me, I understand why people don't like Vivek Ramaswamy because he is a disruptor. He absolutely is a disruptor. But I also see that, at least for me, I enjoy watching to see how other people react to him. Now, for me, I still like Donald Trump. And I think that most people, I was speaking with Matthew Hurt earlier in the broadcast in our political analysis segment. And I think that most people on the Republican side, they're going to go Donald Trump. They really are. But that doesn't mean that there were some interesting things that came out of last night's debate. One of the things that I will say, this was a viral moment. I will say that Vivek Ramaswamy, he does really well in going after, especially Nikki Haley. I'm going to play a couple of audio bites here. And again, I don't believe that anybody's mind is going to change right now. If you're a fan of Nikki Haley, then you're a fan of Nikki Haley. If you're a fan of Ron DeSantis, you're a fan of Ron DeSantis. Personally, out of the four of them, I believe that Vivek Ramaswamy most certainly made an impact, but I also believe that of the four, I actually liked Ron DeSantis the most, but ultimately, I don't believe that anybody's mind has been changed. But this is what Nikki Haley said. One of the big accusations that Ramaswamy says about Nikki Haley is that she was bankrupt when she left the governor's mansion in South Carolina, and now she is a multi-millionaire. Now, Ramaswamy actually, and this was one of the high points. One of the high points, did you see this? He held up a notepad and it said, Nikki equals corruption. And it was, of course, one of those viral moments. And this is what she said about that accusation, that suddenly she leaves the governor's mansion and she was bankrupt and then she ends up as a multimillionaire.
First of all, we weren't bankrupt when I left the UN. We're people of service. My husband is in the military and I served our country as UN ambassador and governor. It may be bankrupt to him, but it certainly wasn't bankrupt to us. Secondly, I did serve on the board of Boeing. I did a lot of work with Boeing when I was governor. They were a great partner to me. I served for 10 months. And then when they decided after COVID that they wanted to go for a corporate bailout, I've never supported corporate bailout, so I respectfully stepped back and got off the board. I love Boeing. They build good commercial airplanes. They build airplanes for our Air Force. I am proud of them. They employ a lot of people in South Carolina. But that's why I left the Boeing board. There's nothing to what he's saying. And in terms of these donors that are supporting me, they're just jealous. They wish that they were supporting them. But I'm not going to sit there and deny.
So that was, touche for Nikki Haley. But my point is, and I made mention of this a couple of times already, some of those corporate donors are Democrats, as a matter of fact. And so that does present a bit of a conundrum for yours truly, although Nikki Haley is certainly not my candidate. But here's the thing. Is Nikki Haley actually corrupt? And is there any evidence that she is corrupt? Because there's a lot of intimating by Ramaswamy that she is, and I don't see it. I mean, she was the South Carolina governor when she was South Carolina governor. Then she was part of the Trump administration as UN ambassador for 2 years before leaving. She was worth less than $1 million at that point. But then from the New York Post, and they documented all of this, and if this sounds familiar, it's because I've told you all of this before, but it is relevant again today. She parlayed her national prominence into a financial windfall by hitting the speaking circuit, joining the boards of top companies and penning a couple of books, according to an extensive look at the GOP hopefuls' finances by Forbes. Now, I keep telling you folks that I don't know if Nikki Haley is corrupt. I don't think there's anything wrong with writing books. I don't think there's anything wrong with going out on the speaking circuit. And I'm just going to be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with serving on boards of companies. I truly don't. Is there any evidence of any impropriety where Nikki Haley, there is evidence that there is anything improper about anything that she's ever done while at the UN or the governor's office as it relates to Boeing? Because if there is, I would love to hear it. But just because she served on the board of Boeing, who they happen to manufacture airplanes and they happen to build the planes for the military, doesn't make them bad. And I do understand. Dick Cheney, warmonger. I get it. I understand. What does that have to do with Nikki Haley? You need more than just a snappy talking point or a little note written on a notepad to prove that someone is corrupt. And again, I'm not a Nikki Haley fan. But until somebody can actually, and please, super texters, if you have proof, if you have some sort of a story where there is actual evidence that Nikki Haley is corrupt and she got her money through some, ill-gotten means, please send it to me. I would love to see it. It would give me more ammunition against Nikki Haley. But she wrote books. She's on the boards of a couple of different, she was on the board of Boeing. She's no longer on the board of Boeing, as you just heard. She's also banked more than $700,000 in consulting fees, as well as more than $300,000 in cash and stock from, yes, aerospace giant Boeing. Hey, do we believe in capitalism or not? Can I ask that question of some of you Nikki Haley is corrupt people? Do we believe in capitalism or not? So again, until she is hauled off in handcuffs and charged with being corrupt, somebody please show me some evidence. I'm just saying. I believe as Republicans and conservatives, we need to, hold each other accountable. And if there's no actual evidence, does Vivek Ramaswamy, has he ever presented any actual evidence, or is it just intimating and suggesting that Nikki Haley is corrupt for serving on the boards of companies? She remains a director for United Homes Group, which has paid more than $250,000, a sum that does not include future equity grants and other perks, according to Forbes. I don't have a problem with people making the most of their opportunities, and at least to me, it does seem like she has made the most of her opportunities. She wrote a bunch of books, and she sold a bunch of books as well. Good on you. And the infusion of cash helped her plunk down $2.4 million for a 4-bedroom, 5,700 square foot home in South Carolina in 2019. Her newfound wealth comes after she barely had $100,000 in her bank account before being elected governor of South Carolina back in 2014. There was a time when I was probably negative $2,000 in my bank account. We all have those stories where we were flat broke, absolutely broke. And then you know what we did? We found ways to make money. And that is part of the American way. So if you have proof, Vivek Ramaswamy, if you have proof other than suggesting that Nikki Haley is corrupt, please put it out there instead of just suggesting. But being on the board of Boeing does not mean that she deserves to be hauled away in handcuffs. And I'm not a Nikki Haley supporter. I support Donald Trump. 817. Little late. Sorry. Time to check the roads. From the Paul Winkler Investment WTN Traffic Center. Mandis is part of the establishment. That's what it is. What am I doing?
You're a rhino.
818. That's what it is, Ken. I'm a rhino. You know the thing is about the term rhino? Now I'm just irritated as all get out.
Yeah.
You know the thing about being called a rhino?
What's that,
is it's like being called a racist. It doesn't have any impact because it's way overused. And that's what I love. It's like you can be pro-Trump and still be called a rhino. It is bizarre. It is bizarro world to me.
It's anytime anybody disagrees with you, that's when it's thrown out.
Yeah. Partly sunny and a high of 60, 37 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 8026. I know that this is going to be a nasty gram because he starts the text with, "Hey, Don." Hey, Don.
It's my brother.
I'm just gonna read this and hope that there's no curse words.
Be careful there, brother Dan Mandis.
So when a Republican does it is called capitalism, but when a Democrat does it, is it corruption? Is influence peddling legal or not? But again, where did Nikki Haley, where did she peddle her influence? She wasn't in charge of anything when she was on the board of Boeing. And then when it came time for her, when she had a disagreement with them, she left the board. So if the problem is that you can't have any kind of success in business or serve on boards, if you're a politician, previous or in the future, well, then Donald Trump can't be a politician either, because he's a very successful businessman too. I'm just saying.
Very true.
And listen, you want to talk about influence peddling? You can talk about, okay, so 8026, my name's Dan, but I love that when he calls me Don. I do. I kind of find that funny. Every time, I guarantee you, somebody at the Super Talk Live event tonight is going to walk up to me and say, "Hi, Don." I guarantee you. That's why I love our events, man.
Yeah, they're great.
But somebody please show me, 8026. If you're comparing Joe Biden and Nikki Haley, please, 8026, show me the shell accounts. Show me the millions of dollars from foreign entities that have flowed into the accounts of Nikki Haley. I'll wait. I'll even wait for the delay. What are we, 7 seconds delay, or are we now 14? Whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
I'll wait for the links, 8026. Please send them to me. 4755, Don Mandis. I love it. See, I love it. I love you people. I really do. My wife doesn't. You know what I did today?
Uh-oh.
So you guys remember our friend Paul Ballard?
Yes.
So Paul sent me a text. I was in the middle of the Scott Desjardins interview, and then I segued into a commercial. I don't know what it was. But I got a text message from the little woman. And
the little woman.
I'm totally kidding.
Okay.
Totally kidding. But I got a text message from her, and the text message says, "You're killing me, Smalls," with a picture. So you know what I did last night?
What did you do, Dan?
We have because I'm privileged, I have a a freezer downstairs in the garage.
Oh, look at you.
With all of our meat. Yeah. And I left it open.
Uh-oh.
All night, I left our freezer open with probably $200 or $300 worth of meat inside.
Brother Dan Mandis.
Yeah.
Goodness.
So I got that right in the middle of the conversation with Congressman, right towards the end with the congressman, with Scott Desjardins talking to him.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, irritated at myself for doing that. That's the kind of thing that goes through my head as I'm doing the show is how did I, once again, irritate my wife of any given morning.
And may I say, it just brings the show up to have a wife.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, to have a wife send you a passive-aggressive email or a text.
I don't think that was passive-aggressive.
No,
she
I think
literally
that was
said,
direct.
"You're killing me, Smalls."
No, that was direct.
So,
yeah.
Why'd you leave the door open?
Yeah, I don't.
You guys want to take her side? Is that
No,
what you're doing?
I'm just asking. What happened?
Yeah.
I was busy.
Were you getting a big old piece of meat and you had to use both hands and you had to put it on a table and all of a sudden you got distracted?
All right, so this is what happens in my house. It's 5 o'clock. I'm ready to go to bed. Riker decides that he wants a hamburger. Amy is still working, so I've got to go downstairs, get the hamburger, walk back upstairs, cook the hamburger. Then I get to go to bed, and obviously, in my haste, I left it open.
Yeah.
That's what happened last night.
I can feel your pain.
Yeah, that'll do that, brother,
Yeah,
man.
that will do it.
Somehow maybe I can pin this on the 10-year-old.
Why not?
You know what?
Maybe not. Boy, that you guys ran from that comment, didn't you?
No, I said why not?
Okay.
I'm probably going to get it later today. I forgot to do something this morning.
What'd you forget to do?
I was supposed to start the dryer.
Uh-oh.
And I didn't.
Oh, yeah, and then the clothes start smelling?
Yeah, they're going to.
Then you got to wash
be
them
all
again.
mildewy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna blame Fritz.
Hey, can I ask an honest question? What's the longest you guys, how many days in a row have you worn a pair of jeans? Because of just that scenario, Ken.
Oh, because didn't dry.
I was on 3 days last week.
Yeah, I've done 3 days.
Have you done 3 days?
I'm on 2 days right now.
Okay, there you go.
What do you think about that?
In
fact, I'm probably going to make it 4 days.
Wow.
I'll probably wear them Saturday. Who knows?
Well, awesome. I'm not going to be here to smell your jeans tomorrow, Ken. So,
You can't
wear
smell it.
away.
You can't smell them.
Oh, are you going to pull a, yeah. Oh, I don't stink.
Yeah.
We got to move on. It's dumb. 8:24 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, if I never got to the weather, partly sunny today and a high of 60. Winter is, of course, on the way. Possible snow as well. A big story out of the Tennessean and other outlets the other day. Got ice and power outages expected. My question to you is, are you ready? Dan Mandis here for Cove Generators. Now, they are experts in keeping your power on and your family safe. Be prepared this winter with a Generac home standby generator, the best generators around to keep your heat on if your power goes out. Now, Cove Generators are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer. Call them today and be prepared for winter. At Cove Generators, all they do is generators, so they know what they're doing, and they do it at a fair price and great customer service. If you've already got a generator, call them to perform maintenance on your Generac automatic standby generator or any brand generator that you own. Call them at 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. Visit covegenerators.com and never lose power again. Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Again, tell them Dan told you to reach out, covegenerators.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I recently did a workshop talking about some of the missteps of the investing industry, some of the biggest mutual fund companies out there. You probably recognize these names: Fidelity, Vanguard, Raymond James, Edward Jones, actually using data and information from their own websites as I walk through this. Now, one of the things I was talking about is diversification and how investors could be in for a rude awakening at the amount of risk that they actually have in their portfolios, and they don't even realize it. Now, the example I like to use to help people understand why do these huge companies do this? I mean, these are big companies. And you go, well, why? Well, think about the diet industry. In the diet industry, you had things like this: fat-free this, fat-free that, fat-free that. And what happened is they did a study. They were looking at diabetes in children. And what they found was that when they went fat-free, they actually ended up with more diabetes rather than less, because what they substituted for fat was sugar. Now, what happens in the mutual fund industry, they tend to keep costs low by investing in very narrow areas of the market that are inexpensive to manage. So what happens is the investor ends up with more risk than they think that they've got. Now, why do they do that? Because you are actually attracted by low costs. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't use these big mutual fund companies. It just means that you have to be eyes wide open. As an investment firm, we help people sidestep these things because sometimes you have no choice. You have a 401k, you're dealing with these fund companies, and you can't go anywhere else. So what we do is we help you go around these landmines. To set up an initial 15-minute phone call, go to our website, paulwinkler.com, or you can just scan the QR code right here. We look forward to talking with you.
So many folks buried in credit card debt these days. Loan Pronto can help you. What if you could be credit card debt free in 10 days and save as much as $1,000 a month? Well, you can with my friends at Loan Pronto. Now, you know that interest rates are really high. Loan Pronto can help you get out of that massive credit card debt in 10 days. And again, save as much as $1,000 a month. It's called their Express Equity Credit Line, and they can get you closed and debt-free in 7 to 10 days. A $50,000 loan is only going to cost you around $400 a month with Loan Pronto. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, and stop the madness and say no to 24% interest fees from those credit card companies. And you can also ask about their amazing VA loan program as well. 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, Republicans say no funding for Ukraine's war against Russia without protecting the U.S. southern border first. And it led to a failed test vote on President Biden's proposed $106 billion aid package in the Senate yesterday. Republicans and Democrats differed on provisions to tighten illegal immigration and on whether to restart construction on a border wall. Meanwhile, in Gaza,
Israel unleashing over 250 airstrikes on targets in Gaza, with troops surrounding the home of Hamas's leader in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, who they say is hiding out in an underground headquarters. Israeli forces have battled into the heart of Khan Yunis, the biggest city in southern Gaza, and where thousands have sought refuge from the north.
That's James Longman reporting from Tel Aviv. And in Money News, Dave Packer.
New data today from the Labor Department showing 220,000 first-time jobless claims for the week ending December 2nd. That's exactly in line with analysts' expectations and up from 218,000 the week before. Continuing jobless claims falling under 1.86 million. The data indicating that the Fed's rate hikes to fight inflation may finally be slowing the economy as businesses add fewer workers. Today's data coming a day before tomorrow's closely watched monthly jobs report.
All right. Market numbers report. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. 3 minutes into the trading day. Let's see where stocks are. The market opens and they were trending upward. Right now it looks like it's going to be mixed. Well, actually, it's all green on the screen. Dow is up 60, S&P up 23, NASDAQ up 122. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 8:33 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here, and now is the time to leave the pain in 2023 and get on the right path to a pain-free 2024. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, they can help you do just that. Now, if you've been trying to get rid of your chronic pain, but you simply cannot find the right doctor, go with my doctor, Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Now, he and his team can read your MRI and figure out what's wrong and then put you on a path to better health, even when other facilities simply can't. Even better yet, let Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley take some x-rays and give you your first treatment for just $23. They'll also provide you with a customized treatment plan with their state-of-the-art equipment. All of this, again, for just $23 to get started. So call them at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. You are more than a number at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. You can find them in MJ, right next to Providence, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. 8:38, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the gang of four amigos. Johnny, Ken, Chris. I'm Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
Good morning, boys.
So
it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
My
you ready for
here's
the party?
my worry is, Chris, you're threatening. I heard Murphy talking yesterday about how you have asked for Murphy's, is it an F-150 that he's got? And he's got a big old...
It's huge.
Big old manly Murphy kind of truck.
Big old hog of a truck.
And so he needs that to deliver the Christmas tree. Do I need to get a permit?
I don't know.
Because, the city of Mount Juliet is kind of mad at me for the whole Stumpy the Christmas tree thing that I did yesterday.
The entire city?
Yeah, the entire city. All of the muckety-mucks out there, anti-Mandis because I was making fun of the clock.
I don't know. We should probably talk to
Stumpy
sales
clock.
and make sure we check in with somebody at the venue.
Okay, well, you do that. By the way, that is going to be tonight, Thursday, December 7th, tonight, 4 to 8 p.m. at Scoreboard at Cedar Creek Marina. Come join me, Chris, Matt, and Brian and Chris's Christmas tree as we broadcast live. It is free. Details at 99.7. I feel like Chris is trolling me with this whole Christmas tree bit. I do. I feel like you're trolling me.
Why would I troll anyone?
Why would you troll me? Because you're Chris Hand.
That's not something I do.
No. Chris wouldn't do that. I love you, Chris. It's awesome.
The last thing I would do would be troll anybody.
Sure. Anyway, so that's going to be tonight. Have you heard? Is anybody coming to this thing? Somebody, by the way, mentioned, I said earlier, please come. And somebody said, gosh, you sound like Jeb Bush when you do that. I joked and I texted back. I said, that was literally a bit for an entire segment. Please come.
That's so funny.
Please clap. Please come. Anyway, there you go. So I'm hoping that people show up tonight. Please read. Please often.
I will.
Please promote often.
I will.
All right, Chris, what do you got? Because I've got something, too, that we did in the 535 that went over like a lead balloon with Ken and Johnny. And so now I have actually made it better.
All right.
So
I don't want to bury the lead now, and now I'm excited.
You do you first, and then we'll do what I want to do.
All right. I don't want to freak you boys out.
Okay.
Thought DeSantis did pretty good last night.
Brother Chris Hand. Coming up with, that was unexpected.
That's half frozen over.
That totally would have buried the lead.
Coming on stealth.
Wow.
So let's talk about the greatness of Ron DeSantis.
Well, I didn't want to go that far.
Even with lifts.
Whoa.
See, I thought that DeSantis did well, too. He was, here's the deal, though, and then we'll get on to other things. But here's the deal, is DeSantis did do well, and I thought he did well during the debate with Gavin Newsom. So he came in with a little bit of gravitas last night. That being said, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, Donald Trump is going to be, love him or hate him. I love him. He's going to be the nominee.
Yeah,
Bottom line.
jury. I'm undecided on Trump, but
you're not undecided on Trump.
DeSantis,
God, man.
I do think that was the best he's done so far, and I thought some of the points he brought up about central banking digital currencies was great. I thought the way he nailed BlackRock was great, and I thought that bringing up the fact that Nikki Haley is on tape saying that she would be basically pro child sex change was key. I think that that's an issue that he can excel on.
Yeah, and going back to, and then we're going to move on, but I did this whole thing, and people are going after me on the super text line, which is fine. The whole Vivek Ramaswamy, corrupt. There's a lot of other things that you can attack Nikki Haley on. And so go after those things, like, inviting Disney to South Carolina, knowing what, they're all about. I mean, there's plenty of things to attack her on. I don't believe that corruption is one of them. And I say that as a guy who, I mean, if she was the nominee, she's not going to be, but if she was the nominee, I would vote for Nikki Haley. I'm just not a supporter of hers. I would vote for Vivek Ramaswamy before I voted for Nikki Haley.
I think Vivek has definitely been laying the groundwork for 2028. A lot of people are worried that he might be a plant. But, I think that the reality is he's just...
A plant for who? A plant for Donald Trump or for the Democrats?
Well, because of the whole Soros thing, because of all the stuff in his past, people worry that, he blew on the scene too quick. I just think that he's running for president and he's pretty good at it.
I think he's very, very good, and he had a lot of great moments. Anyway, moving on from there because I'm bored. All right, so I've been doing this all day, man. Let's play this audio. Let's play this audio from 5:35. We played a. Was that wrong? Why everybody's shaking their head?
It's my ball, and I'm going home.
That's exact. So I've got. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to LA doing some final things to deal with the death of my mom. So I'm not going to be here tomorrow. So I've got sort of that. I'm out of here for a few days, and I'm gonna go and I'm gonna deal with all the business stuff and dealing with my mother and all those kinds of things. But I'm also gonna, see some friends, and I'm gonna see my family who is also flying out to LA.
Good.
Gonna have some In-N-Out burger, and gonna have. Does this sound weird? We're gonna have a good time. My family and I, we're gonna have a good time. We are there under a very sad time. But we're looking forward to seeing each other and celebrating the life of my mother.
No,
that doesn't sound weird,
that's not
right?
weird
Not
at all.
Okay,
No,
not
dude.
weird at all, brother.
In fact,
Dan
that's a
Mandis.
good testament to her.
It is. It is. She was a great lady. All right, so this is what I played earlier at 5:35. I played this. It's almost like Chris Hand-like.
Oh, no.
Where it is a Donald Trump. It's a Donald Trump impersonator.
Okay.
And he is singing a Donald Trump version of Let It Snow.
Well, the weather outside is scary, and we know that his legs are hairy.
Joe Biden.
We know it because he told us so. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. Can't understand him when he's speaking. He even said he was Puerto Rican. Fell off a bike when it was going slow. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. On the border, he has no clue, and it's making us all go insane. When he's got nothing left to do, he just sends some more cash to Ukraine. Now the country is slowly dying, and Karine Jean-Pierre keeps on lying. This president is our greatest foe. Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe.
See, that's funny, right? Now,
with the music.
Yeah, with the music, it's funnier, especially when he's off meter. That makes it even better.
That's good.
So I played it earlier, and it didn't have the music to it.
Okay.
And these guys, man, they were just a couple of wet blankets.
No, now let's be honest.
That's right.
Ken laughed. Ken found it. I was the one. It didn't do anything for me.
I thought Ken was giving me a charity laugh, but whatever.
No.
I was just saying that it was funny, but I don't know if I would go out and listen to it again. But now with the music to it,
the music made it.
Well, acapella, it wasn't very good.
So I'm a mixologist, and I put that music.
I love it.
That's good.
Well, it made it funnier.
Don't listen to the bad editing of the music because it was pretty bad. Anyway,
well, just that last part.
That's pretty good, Brother Dan Mandis.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. All right, there are other things that are
anyway
going on.
Here's what else we're going to talk about.
Well.
How much time we have left?
There's a lot of other stories that I wanted to bring to the table today, including. Can you tell I'm looking for them?
Yeah.
There is a music guy, a record company executive, Johnny and Ken. I thought you might
living somewhere in Nashville
react to this.
In Brentwood,
a senior record producer and music industry executive is slamming musicians for their utter hypocrisy. Because as you have them talking about climate change and all of these other things, their music is being released on vinyl and CDs.
Well, not to mention...
And DVDs and so forth, and that stuff is apparently terrible for the environment. So he's calling hypocrisy.
Well, not to mention their tour buses with all the CO2 in the air.
Oh, yeah.
All the electricity they use on stage.
If only we could get a gang of about 30 billionaires to each take their own private jet somewhere to Europe to figure this thing out.
Yeah, that's what we need.
See, that's good. That's good. Anyway, his name is not one I recognize or anyone else would recognize either, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's just trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah.
Have you heard what Gavin Newsom's going to do in California in the new year?
Oh, please go.
Yeah, let's hear this.
Good Lord,
Well,
man.
he's trying to fix California.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good luck.
And but instead of he's not going to focus on the homeless. He's not going to focus on the poop in the streets. Nothing like that. But he's going to make sure that California toy retailers have gender-neutral toy sections.
He's going to
thank God.
He is going to fine retailers if they don't have a, what do you call it? A gender-neutral toy aisle.
All right.
Have they never seen Barbie and Ken?
You better put the Barbies next to the Ninja Turtles or you're a bigot.
Isn't that just, really? Is this what you want to focus on?
With all the problems in California. It blows my mind that they can waste any minute on stuff like this.
Yeah.
Well, that's what California is, and that's what Gavin Newsom is all about.
He said, listen, all of our businesses are fleeing. Let's find a way to nail them one more time.
Yeah. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. By the way, because China hasn't sent enough hell our way, have you heard of the giant 8-inch spiders that are coming from China?
Oh.
That doesn't surprise me.
So there are these 8-inch spiders that are going to invade the U.S. from China. The black and yellow critters have been seen, this is creepy, parachuting through the air on the East Coast and will soon hit New York and New Jersey.
They're flying them over on the spy balloon.
See, that's funny.
Wait a minute. I've seen spiders like this down whenever my grandparents lived in Houston back in the 70s and 80s because I ran into their webs.
You sure these are 8 inches?
Oh, so were these. Big old
Yeah.
banana spiders, we called them.
A venomous 8-inch long spider native to Asia whose palm-sized females cannibalize their male mates.
Every spider does that.
I was going to say every female does that, but I better not.
No, you probably, except for Glenna. So every female spider eats the males?
Yeah. Yep. And they're usually a lot smaller than the female too. Which I've lived my life that way.
I'm just gonna ask this question. Do the male spiders not
Never been
talk?
bitten though.
Do the male spiders not talk to each other and like see their friends getting eaten and say, I'm just gonna stay away from the females?
Well, they're kind of like the human variety. They have a one-track mind.
Listen, if I was gonna get cannibalized by a female, I think I would figure something else out.
Yeah, I think I'll go for that.
You know what I mean?
I think I'll go for that brown recluse over there.
I'd still be willing to risk it all, boys.
I would take up smoking or something. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I've seen big old spiders like this before.
Yeah, I feel like there's somebody in Australia listening that's like, not worried.
Yeah, exactly.
Experts say the Joro spider, Joro, the Joro spider can fly 50 to 100 miles at a stretch.
Wow.
Using Can your spiders out there in Oklahoma do that, Ken?
That was Texas.
Wait, so it can actually fly, or is this like flying squirrel flying, where it's more of a glide?
Makes a balloon out of its web.
They're using their webbing as a parasail to glide into the wind. Have you never seen Spider-Man? Psh, psh.
Well, yes, I've seen Spider-Man.
Whatever.
I'm glad I learned yesterday on Chris's show that snow is real.
Snow is real. Yeah, that was a big topic yesterday.
That was good.
Birds are real too.
Snow is real?
Yeah, snow is
Well,
real.
I heard the tail end of a weather report, and so I asked Mac Morey to fact check it because I caught the tail end that we could see some snow over the weekend, and so I was like, what's going on there? Like I need to know. I said fact check that, and he came back in about a minute and a half later. He said, "Yep, sure enough, wet snow is when atmospheric conditions make this happen and this."
Are you kidding me? Really?
I said, "Did you fact check snow?" I said, "I wasn't looking for you to fact check snow. I was wondering if it was going to snow."
Oh my gosh,
that was pretty funny.
Oh my gosh.
Says right here the definition of wet snow.
He literally he was dead serious.
The one and only time Mac Morey goes above and beyond.
He But he
I'm kidding. Wow. Okay. That destroyed the bit. I love Mac. I'm kidding. Good for you, Mac. You fact-checked wet snow.
Yeah, he proved it.
Yeah, he did.
So what do you think President Biden's going to use to shoot down all these spiders?
Wet snow.
He's going to seed the clouds.
Yeah. Cloud seeding, also a real thing. All right, moving on.
There you go. So what we learned yesterday, snow is real, birds are real.
Birds are real.
And who knows what we'll learn today.
Well, we learned about
Chris
big
Ham
old giant Chinese spiders coming here.
What do you have coming up after the news at 9?
I'm going to give my takes on the debate. I'm going to talk about what's going on in these big blue cities, how the border crossers are starting to. It looks like they're starting to die in some of these big blue cities because there's not enough room in these shelters for illegal aliens, and it's getting cold. It's getting cold out there.
It is getting cold. It is getting cold. All right, thank you, Chris. All that and more coming up after the news at 9. Genetics, stress, hormones, aging, all natural and inevitable factors that lead to hair loss. Now, fortunately, there is a proof. You know what I'm laughing at?
What are you laughing
What
at?
I said about Mac Maury, and everybody was just silent. I was kidding about Mac Maury. I love Mac Maury.
When he's not around on Christmas to work for you, we're going to know why.
That's exactly. You know what the thing is? They've got to stop scheduling commercials after the Gang of Four Amigos because I keep laughing through my commercials.
Yeah, you got to stop doing that, Brother Dan.
Because, balding is a serious thing. Just ask me.
Please tell us more, Dan.
Genetics, stress, hormones, aging, all natural and inevitable factors that lead to hair loss. Fortunately, there is a proven way to reverse common and even rare patterns of balding using groundbreaking technology. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment regrows your own natural hair, even in those places where it's disappeared for years, and it works for both men and women across all ages. Now, their breakthrough technology and top-rated physicians have improved tens of thousands of lives, but time is of the essence. Hair loss from natural factors can eventually reach a point of no return. So schedule your free consultation today, 629-348-HAIR, 629-348-HAIR. You can find them online at advancedhair.com.